One slash. One slash. The great sun god of boundary's head was immediately sliced off by Long Fei's sword, and its corpse instantly dismembered. No! The head of the great sun god of boundary let out a cry of unwillingness while carrying its last bit of consciousness. Even to the point of death, he could not understand why the goddess strength could even contend against the noble realm's invincible powerhouse, but was unable to do anything to Long Fei. It was so much so that even Long Fei's skin was not damaged at all. However, he didn't have the chance to find an answer at all. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing 624 cultivators of the Great Yang World. You have accumulated 8.4 billion experience points. Holy Source points, 84,000,000. Striking value, 624 points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Great Sun God of Boundary. You have received 120,000 points of experience, 12 million points of Holy Source, and 1 point of striking value. Ding! Congratulations player, you have obtained a Star Demon Channel token. Nothing else. But it was also within Long Fei's expectations. These people were nothing. To be able to give so much experience was beyond his expectations. The experience gained from the great sun god of boundary in particular was enough to shock Long Fei. One must know that back then in the 10,000 beast world, there were more than 10,000 god of boundary s in the 10,000 Big Dipper realm, and the s only gave 200 billion experience. But now, a great sun god of boundary was given 100 million experience. Something's off. Long Fei was startled. He hesitated slightly. Although the great Yang god of boundary was very strong, it definitely contained some kind of power that he did not know about. Otherwise, based on the system's rules, it would definitely not give him this much experience. Thinking about it, Long Fei did not hesitate at all and immediately went berserk. And at this time, the striking value had also been completely emptied at once. At the same time, the system's voice also appeared. Ding! Congratulations player on obtaining goddess power. Long Fei made up his mind. The power of the goddess? Then, he exchanged blows with the figure that walked out of the goddess statue earlier. In time, even Long Fei felt that the previous wave of strength was abnormal. Even his physical body could be shaken. If not for the increase in his cultivation level, his physical body would have been unable to withstand the force. From this, it could be seen that this power was extremely terrifying. Thinking about it, Long Fei immediately checked the strength attribute. The power of the goddess. After civilization, the number one person in the great Yang world will appear. His strength is monstrous, and he managed to bring about prosperity in the great Yang world. This power is equivalent to 30% of the goddess' strength. At the same time, it is also the symbol of the great sun realm's god of boundary. Long Fei was stunned. Zhang Xian pondered over the matter. Damn, this is awesome. To have such power with only 30% of my strength. If I were to meet the goddess, wouldn't that mean that I am no match for her? Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. The higher the cultivation, the greater the gap. Not to mention a few percent, even just a tiny bit of strength was enough to decide life and death. He could not help but feel some anticipation towards this goddess. He had a feeling that one day, he and this goddess would meet again. However, this power was useless against him. At this stage, he relied on the strength of his physical body and the power of the system. His clone hadn't returned, and he couldn't absorb or refine the power. On the contrary, giving it to Jiang Chunqiu was the most suitable. Jiang Chunqiu, you did well this time. You didn't disappoint me. Long Fei said. Saying this, he threw the power of the goddess into Jiang Chunqiu's hands. Now that the great Yang world has been massacred, I believe that you can control the remaining people with your power. Now, this goddess power is bestowed upon you. After today, you will be the great Yang world's god of boundary. Long Fei said casually. He was calm and composed. With a single sentence, he was directly bestowed the title of king. Jiang Chunqiu was extremely excited, his eyes filled with boundless gratitude. Both of his hands seemed to be trembling as he looked at Long Fei and nodded heavily. "My lord." Jiang Chunqiu's eyes filled with tears. Originally, he thought Long Fei would scold him, or even vent out his anger, for the actions of the great Yang god of boundary and the others. However, he never expected that it would actually happen. On the contrary, it allowed him to become the king of a world. This change made Jiang Chunqiu feel as if he was a new life, and he was even more grateful to Long Fei in his heart. Long Fei's expression instantly froze, and he quickly said, "Don't be hypocritical, or else your father will go back on his word and leave you alone in this great Yang world." In an instant, Jiang Chunqiu's expression changed, and he became completely solemn. At this time, Long Fei's gaze also looked towards the distant spatial passageway. The spatial passageway had already been opened, but half of it had been destroyed by his sword just now. Right now, the spatial passageway is already carrying so many people, Long Fei said, his gaze sweeping across everyone. All of the god of boundary were startled. They looked at each other, then exploded into a ball as if they were fighting for the lead. "Lord, let me follow you." "That's right, my lord. The people of the Star Demon Realm are so arrogant, they are simply devoid of conscience. I will definitely kill them. These people are the bloodthirsty insects of the universe. My world has been eaten by them for 10,000 years. This time, I will make them pay with their blood." One after another, they desperately rushed to the front, afraid that Long Fei would abandon them. Long Fei took a deep breath, and his gaze locked onto Wang Yun. He sighed heavily. "There's no need. Just follow me, Wang Yun and Jiang Chunqiu. All of you, ride on the airship and go to the Supreme Realm to hide. Once I finish dealing with the Star Demon Realm, we'll destroy it together." Long Fei said with an incomparably firm look. Many of the god of boundary were startled, as disappointment filled their eyes. There were even some who wanted to say something but hesitated, wanting to fight with Long Fei. However, Long Fei completely ignored them and stepped into the spatial passageway for the Star Demon Realm. Wang Yun and Jiang Chunqiu did not dare to stay either as they followed him excitedly. Only the god of boundary remained side. "Hey, they got lucky this time. There's nothing we can do. Since the Lord has given the order, there's nothing we can do. But that's fine too. Let's go to the noble world now and scout out the way for Sire." As everyone talked, one figure after another rose into the air and entered the aircraft. At this time, 1,000,000 miles away from the great Yang world, a few figures stopped. It was Lu Luoshi and the rest. "How is it? Can you deduce their current situation?" Lu Luoshi's face was haggard and listless. They were all worried. She was asking about Euro. At this time, Euro was using the power of the sky evolution, isolating 1,000,000 miles of space and time, trying to evolve the current situation in the Star Demon Realm. Boom. But right at this moment, the power in her hands suddenly stopped, and in an instant, her body was struck by a ray of starlight descending from the sky, causing her to fly backwards. Puff. Euro spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale, but she still clenched her teeth and said, "I can't see it. The power of the Star Demon Realm is too strong, and there are also countless star powers revolving around it. My power can't even touch them. Moreover, I can feel that a terrifying formation is currently forming outside of the Star Demon Realm. It's like they want to catch a turtle in a jar." Euro was extremely weak, and when she said these words, her eyes were filled with horror. Euro was extremely weak, and when she said these words, her eyes were filled with horror. Hong Yi frowned and looked at them with a serious expression. "It seems that this time's situation is much more serious than we thought," Hong Yi said. This time, they originally wanted to charge into the Star Demon Realm regardless of everything else. However, they were clear that if they were captured, then all hope would be lost. Therefore, they could only proceed step by step, being even more cautious. They still had to wait for Long Fei and save him, then they definitely could not make any mistakes. It looks like the other party came prepared. However, why do I feel like the enemy has such a large force? It's as if they're not going to deal with us, Oya suddenly said. At this moment, Aoya was extremely calm. Even though Vajra and a few of the great emperor's legacies, and even little unrivaled Super Hati, had met with mishaps. However, because she trained in the insight into sword method, Aoya's mind remained extremely calm. Except when facing Long Fei, he would lose all sense of reason. At other times, he would try to find out more about them. When these words were spoken, Lu Luoxi and Hong Qiuye's expressions changed. Oya is right. They are very strong. If it was just to deal with us, it would not be such a big deal to set up a net like this. We can't even deduce the strength of Euro, and she even directly rebounded back. It can be seen that this time the opponent is serious. So, it's very possible that they're going to deal with someone else. Hong Yi calmed down and said along with Aoya's train of thoughts. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes focused and instantly locked on each other. It's my husband. It's Big Brother Long Fei. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. There's no mistake, the other party must be targeting my husband, and only my husband would have a kind of threat to make them go all out. Lu Luoxi said. They already knew that Long Fei had stirred up the storm in the starry sky. The 10,000 Worlds Crusade had made them aware of this. Therefore, when they saw the strong array formation that the Star Demon Realm had set up, they had already guessed that the other party was going to deal with Long Fei. No, since the other party has already acted, then the husband must already know what happened to Little Unrivaled and the others. According to my husband's personality, he would have already rushed over without a care for anything else. If this happens, I might encounter some danger. Lu Luoxi said. She understood Long Fei too well. In Long Fei's world, the existence of her and the others were above everything else. Even Long Fei's own life was not more important than theirs. In the blink of an eye, the expressions on their faces became even more panicked. Since that's the case, there's no other way. We have to go to the Star Demon Realm, even if we don't want to. Moreover, it is necessary to inform the husband in time before he reaches it. Yuro said. Everyone nodded. At this time, Little Ya also came over and said in her childish voice, Sisters, why don't I go first? They don't recognize me at all, and when I arrive at the Star Demon Realm, I can use the power of longevity to steal from the heavens and change the sun, reverse space and time, and guide you guys over. Little Ya said. He had a resolute expression on his face. The girls were stunned and immediately objected. No, it's too dangerous to let you go alone. Something has already happened to them. This time, we absolutely cannot let even the slightest accident happen to you. Lu Luoxi said with a firm tone. But at this time, Hong Qiuye suddenly said, Little Yai going alone is indeed out of the question. Because, without me, she wouldn't even be able to enter the Star Demon Realm. That's why I'm going with little sister. Hong Yi said. Lu Luoxi opened his mouth to stop them, but Hong Qiuye cut him off. Sister Lu, now is not the time to be naughty. The more we delay, the more danger they face, and even Big Brother Long Fei might be in danger. There's no time to think about it. Big Sister Euro, you take a good rest first. After all, we will be in cahoots with the little brat inside and out, secretly leading Chen Song into the Star Demon world. Hong Yi said. After saying that, he took a step forward, and directly channeled the power of his god of boundary into the other shore. The other shore that had lost all of its power had regained some of its strength under Hong Qiuye's influence. She then took Xiaoyume away. Only Lu Luoxi and the other two remained as they watched them leave with infinite worry. At the same time, all the super powerhouse of the 9 heavens and 10 earth had gathered together in the Star Demon realm. This time, the Myriad Worlds Alliance was truly at a stalemate. Of course, other than the Phoenix realm and the Noble World, there were also the people from the Big Dipper realm. The remaining few worlds all rushed into the Star Demon realm together. Because right now, to them, it was also a turning point in their fate. Whoever could kill Long Fei, their world would stand out, and they wouldn't even need to participate in the struggle for power in the God of Boundary. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? Therefore, they simply could not tolerate the Star Demon realm wanting to eat the poisonous grass. Inside the Star Palace, the Star Demon, God of Boundary, had an unfriendly expression as he looked at the 6 people in front of him without saying a word. These 6 people were the super powerhouse of the Divine Realm, the Immortal World, the Ascending Dust Realm, the Heaven Origin Sector, the Rampage Realm, and the Raging Infernal Sea Realm. Naturally, they were not God of Boundary-s. After all, these God of Boundary were all arrogant people. The Star Demon God of Boundary. My lord has said it before. This time, since it's Master Zhou's order, we cannot get the Star Demon realm to contribute. Yes, that's what my master meant as well. Moreover, my master also said so. This Long Fei is a hard nut to crack. Even the 10,000 Beast World was destroyed, and the God of Boundary of the Big Dipper 10,000 Worlds was no match for him. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for the Star Demon realm to resist them, so let us help you. This should be the case. How could we let the entire Star Demon realm come out? Otherwise we would be too ashamed and have no face to stand up in the 10,000 worlds. My master! My master! The 6 of them said this in an unfriendly manner. They had long since noticed that the Star Demon realm wanted to monopolize Long Fei. It was also because of this that even in the face of the Star Demon God of Boundary, they did not have much respect for it. At this time, the Star Demon, God of Boundary, had a face full of frost. Immediately, he looked at them. Ha ha, what a joke! Your master is nothing. Stealing from me? Are they even worthy of that name? The Star Demon God of Boundary said coldly. Instantly, the aura of the Star Demon God of Boundary shook. Endless amounts of starlight blasted in from the void, illuminating the entire astral palace. As for the stellar palace, it seemed as though they had been triggered by some sort of power. Numerous streams of power appeared, binding the 6 of them. Even you bunch of trash dare to speak to me like that? I'm afraid you've forgotten who you are? Why don't you take a look at your status? Star Demon God of Boundary's tone was dark and filled with disdain. Now, either scram for me or obediently stay here and watch how your father captures the thief. The void rippled. The void rippled. In the endless void, a black hole suddenly took shape. It was like a space wormhole, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Shwa shwa shwa. 3 figures suddenly appeared. It was Long Fei and the other 2. Here? Is it the sphere of influence of the Star Demon realm? Long Fei was startled, with a face full of suspicion. The existence here was completely different from what Long Fei had imagined. Without the Stellar Palace, without the people from the Star Demon realm, and without the brothers that he missed in his heart. It was like he was on the wrong set. It didn't even exist. This place was simply a void. Not even a single star could be seen here. Even if it was Long Fei, the only world that he could see with his naked eyes was a world the size of a star on Earth. It was terrifyingly far away. My lord, I'm afraid something went wrong with the teleportation between us. Here. It shouldn't be the Star Demon realm, Jiang Chuanqiu said with a perturbed expression. He was too clear about Long Fei's feelings. Even if he was to delay them by 1 more minute, it would be a form of torture to Long Fei. But now, something had gone wrong with the teleportation. How could they possibly stay calm? Damn it, why did something go wrong with the spatial passageway? There's no problem with the operation at all. Why is this happening? Long Fei blamed himself. He hadn't expected this sort of thing. A moment ago, he had been fantasizing that when he reached the Star Demon world, he would definitely tear the Star Demon god of boundary into 8 pieces and turn the whole Star Demon realm upside down. But now, everything was in vain. If he couldn't even find the direction of the Star Demon realm, what else could he do? In that moment, the flames of anger started to rise from Long Fei's body. It was also at this time that Wang Yun suddenly spoke up from the side. "Lord, I seem to know this place. This should be the meteorite realm." Long Fei was startled. Meteorite realm? The difference between each word was like the difference between the Star Demon and meteor, but it was at least 10,000 miles apart. The Star Demon realm was a super strong realm with countless powerhouse. However, the meteorite realm was only a small world under the 10,000 beast world. Even the 10,000 beast world had been turned upside down by Long Fei, so the meteorite realm was even less worthy of mention. Ding! Congratulations player for triggering system quest, refining the meteor realm and obtaining star power. Time of mission, 3 days. Task reward, crossing worlds at will. But right at that moment the system's voice suddenly rang out. F***CK your grandpa. System, are you F***king playing me to death? Long Fei almost roared in his heart. The moment the system's voice appeared, Long Fei immediately had an answer in his heart. He had no doubt that the failure of this spatial travel to directly jump into this nebula world was the system's doing. Otherwise, what kind of power could be so powerful that it would cause the spatial passageway to become a mess without anyone knowing? However, no matter how furious Long Fei was, the system did not reply him. Long Fei's aura also gradually stabilized as she raised her head to look at Wang Yun. "Let's go," Long Fei said with surging killing intent in his scarlet eyes. At this moment, he had no choice but to use the meteor shower. "My lord, what are we going to do?" Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu were stunned. This place was extremely far from the Star Demon realm. If he wanted to rush to the Star Demon realm, he would have to transfer them again. But if that was the case, it would take too long. By the time they reached the city again, even the yellow flowers would have turned cold. Initially, they were worried that Long Fei would suffer some sort of attack, but they never thought that he would return so quickly. At the same time, their expressions were filled with joy as they thought that Long Fei had found a way to go back. The Lord is indeed the Lord. He found the solution so quickly. Awesome. If he's an adult, then he's awesome, Jiang Chuanqiu and Wang Yun said. Wang Yun did not like to talk much, nor did he like to flatter others. However, he still continued speaking. But in the next moment, Long Fei's words directly extinguished their hope. "I have no choice," Long Fei said, pointing his hand. He continued, "However, it's enough as long as we destroy this world," Long Fei said coldly, his killing intent raging wildly. Behind him, Jiang Chuanqiu and Wang Yun were shocked. He looked at Long Fei with disbelief. However, Long Fei didn't explain anything at all. He took a step forward, and directly headed in the direction of the meteorite realm. Jiang Chuanqiu and Wang Yun looked at each other, feeling extremely astonished in their hearts. However, since Long Fei had already said so, even if they had any doubts in their hearts, they did not dare to hesitate in the slightest. They immediately followed behind Long Fei as they swept over in an instant. At this time, what Long Fei did not know was that there was a figure crazily shuttling through the void. His goal was to find his existence. It was the god of boundary of the Big Dipper. Not here? Before, I clearly sensed through the power of the Big Dipper that this kid had come to the Great Yang world. A spatial passageway? That's not right. There's been some chaos in this spatial passageway as well. It hasn't been sent to the Star Demon world yet. The face of the god of boundary of the Big Dipper was dark and doubtful. The 7 beams of light in his hand flickered. However, if one were to look closely, they were actually small people. They were fusing the energies together in an extremely strange manner. Suddenly, the 7 energies combined into one. Immediately after, an image appeared in front of the god of boundary. It was a ruined world. This kind of trashy world? Why did Long Fei go to this kind of trash world? Does he not want to save his brothers and son? The hesitation on Big Dipper's face became even stronger. However, immediately after, the face of the god of boundary of the Big Dipper exploded with joy, as if it had thought of something. Ha ha, here it is. That must be it. It must be because Long Fei knew that he wasn't his opponent and wanted to find the power that the ancient world had left behind before he went looking for civilization. Ha ha, no wonder we haven't been able to find that mysterious power even after such a long time had passed. So it's actually in this broken world. TSK, you bunch of idiots are waiting for others in the Star Demon world to fall into their trap. But who would have thought that right now it would become my food? The god of boundary was overjoyed and laughed maniacally. Immediately after, the power in his hand moved again, directly pulling out a door from the void and instantly entering. The scene turned back to Long Fei. At this time, Long Fei had already descended above the meteor realm. Lord, this is the meteor world. However, why is it different from what I remember? Wang Yun suddenly said. What's different? Long Fei asked. He had killed quite a few people in the meteor world, and even the strength of his physical body could be increased through the use of the astral energy. Therefore, Long Fei had a deep impression of this world. My lord, previously, when we went to the Thousand Demon world, this meteor realm wasn't that stable. However, in just a few days, this world has already far surpassed that of ordinary small world. It's as if something has changed, it's too weird. Wang Yun, he said in all seriousness. Long Fei slightly paused for a moment, but very quickly, his eyes focused once again. Don't even think about it, no matter how mysterious this world is. It is impossible to change your father's mind. I only have one goal, and that is to destroy the meteorite realm. Long Fei said. The meteor world was in a state of despair. The meteor world was in a state of despair. The entire surface was uneven, as if it had been struck by a meteorite. In fact, there wasn't even a single intact place in the entire meteor world. So. Long Fei descended. The moment the 3 of them stopped, a strong sense of discomfort overwhelmed their hearts. Even Long Fei's face showed a hint of fear. Meteorite world? How could there be any survivors here? It was clearly a land of death. Wang Yun was astonished. The expression on his face was extremely boastful. He did not believe what he had seen. It was the same for Jiang Chunqiu. The scene in front of him gave him an incomparably strange feeling. This was a place of death. The entire world seemed to have been annihilated by the stars. There were deep pits created when the stars fell everywhere. There was an aura of annihilation everywhere, and the destructive power of decay wreaked havoc everywhere. In this sort of environment, not to mention humans, even deities couldn't exist. The most crucial point was that this kind of power was simply impossible to cultivate. Thus, it was impossible for the meteorite world to exist in such a world. My lord, could there be a mistake? How can there be any living beings in such an environment? Jiang Chuanxiu asked tentatively. Long Fei also became silent. She spread out her consciousness and started to explore the world. In his heart, he too was astonished. Even with the strength of his fleshly body, he felt a little uncomfortable under this aura. Moreover, he had also killed people from the meteor world. Their strength was not strong at all. How could the people of the meteor world withstand the power that even he felt? Impossible. However, he couldn't explain it in front of him. The environment in this world was too harsh. However, since the system had activated such a mission, it meant that there must still be more creatures above the meteorite realm. There's no mistake. It's just that we might have overlooked something. We can't possibly know what secrets this meteor world has, Long Fei said. He pondered for a moment. Immediately after, Long Fei punched out. It directly smashed into a crater. Rumble. Instantly, the rubble flew into the air. Whiz. At the same time, a burst of power erupted from the crater. Swish. Like a shooting star, in an instant it broke through the deep pit of the meteorite and flew up into the sky, heading straight for Long Fei. Subdue! Long Fei's expression did not change as a sharp light flashed through his eyes. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he grabbed the power. Poochie Poochie! A strand of the power of the stars contained supreme power, as though it contained the power of the star's origin, wanting to struggle out from Long Fei's hands. You're already dead, and you still want to struggle? Impossible! Let me refine this body of the era! He shouted loudly. Long Fei's body exploded out, a blood-red mist burst out from his body, and directly submerged the power of the stars. Sigh. Asterisk asterisk sigh. Asterisk in the blink of an eye, countless sparks appeared on the surface of the astral energy, releasing an incomparably scorching aura. Only, to Long Fei, this power was completely useless. Long Fei's body could even withstand the power of the goddess. It was merely a star fire, not even a fart. Boom! It was also at this time that the power of blood and vitality on Long Fei's body moved, and the entire power of the stars was instantly engulfed, directly being devoured by Long Fei's physical strength. Ding! Congratulations players, physical body level experience +1. The system's voice appeared. Long Fei did not feel surprised. After all, the system had already said that he would refine the power of the stars. Thus, it was within his expectations. Following that, Long Fei's gaze fell upon the meteorite crater. After Long Fei threw a punch, a dark and deep hole that was difficult to see with the naked eye appeared below him. The bottom couldn't be seen. It was just like the abyss where the 10,000 Beast World was located before. Not only that, this aura was even more direct. He could even feel a strong force bursting out from it. Damn this! I never thought that there would be such a place under the meteorite realm, Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu said in shock. Looking at the majestic aura in the deep pit, his face became incomparably excited. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. Yes, the new world. Everyone knew that in the 9 heavens and 10 realms, there was an abyss in every world. It suppressed the secrets of civilization. This concerned the ancient world. However, there were no other records or descriptions of such an existence. It could be said that it existed in other places as well. But now, after Long Fei's punch had broken through the meteorite crater, it actually directly caused a place that overflowed the heavens to appear. I was wondering why I felt that there had been a great change in the meteor world just now. It was actually an imperceptible transformation, Wang Yun said, looking deep in thought. But what about the people from the meteor world? No way, Jiang Chuanqiu said with an extremely surprised expression. He thought of one possibility, and that was whether the meteor world had already discovered this place, or perhaps it was even located in this abyss. Why not? They're down there, Long Fei suddenly said. The moment this aura appeared, Long Fei had already felt that this incomparably deep darkness was filled with many different auras. He was no different from the people he had seen in the meteor world. Therefore, Long Fei was able to directly conclude it. The people of the meteorite world must be in this abyss. Thinking about it, Long Fei made his decision without hesitation. Let's go. With a single sentence, Long Fei leaped into it. Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu were the same as well. They already felt boundless reverence for this mysterious land. If it wasn't for the 9 heavens and 10 earth being too domineering, they would have long since wanted to get to the bottom of this. But now they were faced with a new secret related to the pre-civilization era. How could they miss it? So. Without any explanation, the two of them also disappeared. At this time, in an endless dark world, in a palace built from countless fallen stars, one figure after another flew out. Someone broke into my meteor realm. Just who is so bold? Is he trying to kill himself? Is our world something they can come to? We don't need to do anything. Merely this power is enough to take their lives. Exactly, this aura, other than us from the meteorite world, no one else can withstand it. Come, come, come. Let us witness a great play. Who is it to be so awesome that he would even throw away his life? Countless voices rang out. Calm and indifferent, incomparably confident. It was as if they had unparalleled confidence in their world, believing that no one else in this world could endure it other than them. In fact, there were even some people who were trying to spread the news, hoping for more people to come out. It was as if he was waiting for a good show to unfold. Bang bang. At the same time, two figures heavily fell from the sky. It was as if at this moment, their cultivations were completely useless. They were able to freely land on the ground. Ha ha ha, indeed, just too idiot. Good fall, sure enough, it was a big show. A voice filled with derision rang out. A voice filled with derision rang out. The sound waves rose up one after another, and the sky was filled with the sound of mocking laughter. It was exactly what they said, that they were just watching a show. And these two people were Wang Yun and Jiang Chunqiu. Anger was written all over their faces. In any case, both of them were kings of a world. Especially after he followed Long Fei. He no longer held back any longer and wanted to go berserk with all his might. Especially Jiang Chunqiu. He had been mocked and ridiculed in the great Yang world, but now he was mocked and ridiculed by the meteor realm again. He couldn't tolerate it at all. Anger exploded in his heart, surging unceasingly. Aya, are you trying to resist? Idiot, if it was in the outside world, you all would be awesome, but now, here, you all still want to be arrogant? Haven't you discovered that your own cultivation has already been restricted? Come, resist. The more you resist, the more your powers will be devoured by the power of the falling stars, and eventually become ours. Ha ha ha! Mad laughter. Unbridled. He seemed to know the strength of the two, but he didn't have the slightest hesitation. At this moment, Wang Yun and Jiang Chunqiu's expressions changed drastically. Cultivation shackles? The more he resisted, the faster his cultivation would be lost? These two sentences made both of their hearts tense up. What was even more terrifying was that they were clearly following behind Long Fei. But now, Long Fei was simply nowhere to be seen. Not good, it's actually real. This power is too weird, I can't use any power right now, so the more I use it, the weaker I feel. Jiang Chunqiu gritted his teeth as he spoke. This change caused him to feel fear. One had to know that after all, everything in the world was absolute strength. All existences had to rely on one's strength to speak. Now, facing this kind of power that could cause them to lose all of their cultivation, how could they not be afraid? This place is indeed strange, but my lord will definitely be fine. Right now, as long as we make a move and our cultivation has yet to drop to a certain level, they would not dare to make a move. Wang Yun calmed himself down and said in a deep voice. Then, they looked at the people from the meteorite realm. And just like what Wang Yun had said, they had no intentions to make a move. He stopped moving? But the result is still the same, it's just a matter of time. We will guard here. Before long, your powers will be completely devoured, and you will become nothing more than trash. At that time, it will also become our plate of food. TSK, absorb their own strength. Then, all their cultivations will become our power. Ha! One by one, people started talking. It was as if a fisherman had finally caught a large fish, and their eyes were filled with drool. In their eyes, Wang Yun and Jiang Chunqiu were two big fish. Humph! Wang Yun coldly snorted, but remained silent. If it wasn't for the fact that they still had hope, he wouldn't have let them succeed even if they risked their lives. calm down. Right now, we can only wait for you, my lord. I believe that after Lord Chu Feng arrives, they will have something good to look at, Jiang Chuanxiu said. At the same time, he compressed his own energy fluctuations to the extreme. Only by doing so would he be able to avoid the passage of time as much as possible. As for those who were daydreaming about the meteor world, their faces were filled with greed as they fixed their gaze on the two of them. And at this time, Long Fei had entered into another world. Originally, Long Fei should have been able to catch the auras of Jiang Chuanxiu and Wang Yun while they were falling. However, the moment they were about to come into contact with the world beneath the abyss, an indescribable opportunity instantly erupted forth, and Long Fei's body couldn't help but be directly engulfed as well. It was also the world in front of him. Here and there were deep craters in the ground, much more magnificent than what he had seen outside. Moreover, the whole space was filled with the power of the stars. All of the star power was also continuously gathering into a huge stone monument. And at this time, Long Fei also felt that within the spatial system, a strand of inheritance power was frantically struggling, as if it wanted to break out of his body and break free from Long Fei's control. Only it was impossible. Not to mention a single strand of inherited power, even if it was the descent of a true great emperor, even if it was a kingdom, it would still be impossible to break free from the system. As expected, it does have something to do with the 13 great emperors. Long Fei's heart trembled. This was because this power was the legacy of an emperor, Emperor Luoyuan. Ever since he had unleashed this power, Long Fei had yet to find a suitable successor. They had wanted to leave it for the Lord of the Planar. It was just that helplessly, that back then, in order to deal with the Emperor Xian, the Planar Lords had all already lost their lives. Aside from the Nun, the Flying Immortal, and the Devil Origin, not a single one was left. Moreover, this power had been hidden within the system's dimension until now, it had suddenly erupted. This also proved that this region of space was most definitely related to the 13 ancient era's emperors. It was not only here. It must be the same in the depths of the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Thinking about it, Long Fei's eyes flashed with light. In the unknown lands, Long Fei already knew from Emperor Yen Tian that they were still alive. In other words, it had never truly fallen. They were plotting some overflowing conspiracy. Long Fei had been searching for it ever since they had entered the place where the 10,000 realms intersected. No matter who you are, the human king before the civilization, or the great emperor of the ancient world, it doesn't matter. Don't even think of binding my feet, Long Fei said in his heart. With that, Long Fei's gaze moved. He took a step forward, and directly arrived in front of the stone tablet that was filled with the power of the stars. Above the star, there were a few big words, Long Fei and Feng Wu. Falling stars, fallen world, my life is like a fire burning the sky. Suddenly, Long Fei's heart trembled. A grand spirit, generous righteousness. Even Long Fei was immersed in this moment, as if he had seen the scene of flames flaring up in the entire 10,000 worlds. He cut down the stars in a fit of rage, and then he destroyed the world in a fit of rage, transforming into an eternal flame that burned the heavens and the earth. How domineering was this scene! Even if they were enemies, Long Fei admired them from the bottom of his heart. It was also at this time that a slight change was also happening on the entire stone monument. The power of the stars revolved around the stone tablet, converging into an indescribable pattern. It was as if streams of lava were flowing through it, causing the stone tablet to instantly become incomparably resplendent. Long Fei squinted. Is it about to open? Long Fei muttered to himself. Sensing the changes on the stone monument, the instant that great Emperor Fallen Land's inheritance became uneasy again, he guessed that the existence beneath the stone monument could no longer restrain itself. In that case, I'll lend you a hand. Invincible punch, collapse. Long Fei's eyes were sharp. He instantly made his move and punched out. Rumble. Kacha kacha. A huge sound rang out, and the stone tablet in front of them was also completely destroyed by Long Fei's punch. Long Fei raised his spear and stood proudly. Long Fei raised his spear and stood proudly. A dot of cold light aimed straight at the abyss. Luo Yuan was stunned, the smile on his face froze. Kill me? Do you want to die? Let me take a look. Peak of the 5th level? You dare to kill me with such a cultivation? Are you joking? It's only the funniest joke this sovereign has ever heard. Luo Yuan looked at Long Fei with disbelief, as if he was watching a joke. Long Fei was speechless. Joke? Then what do you think is not a joke? Long Fei asked with a cold and detached expression. Of course it is to obediently destroy one's soul and allow this emperor to possess one's body. As the successor of this emperor, you should have already known that this day had come. Why do you struggle with indifference? Luo Yuan said with disdain, extremely proud and aloof. Long Fei took a deep breath. He felt extremely helpless. This kind of bandit logic, in the end, was to have Long Fei coordinate with him to act cool. Is it just possible? Long Fei came here to destroy the entire meteor world. If he didn't, how would he get out? Only by exterminating Fallen Abyss would Long Fei be able to leave this place and proceed with his next plan. Just do it. Your thoughts are very rich, but unfortunately, reality is very hard to come by. I'm afraid that you've been suppressed in this desolate land for too long. Your brain must be playing around with me. To give you possession? Even Long Batian was being suppressed by me and was unable to struggle free, yet you, a lackey of Long Batian, dares to be so arrogant? Long Fei said as he pointed out the spear in his hand. The long spear was like a rainbow, revealing its sharpness. Under Long Fei's control, a spear image instantly tore through the sky. Luo Yuan was caught off guard as his expression suddenly changed. At this moment, his body underwent an indescribable change. Originally, his body was not his real body. Instead, it was forcefully condensed by some sort of power. When Long Fei made his move in his fury, his entire body became illusory. The facial features of Luo Yuan's illusory face gathered together, looking incomparably terrifying. He actually dares to attack? It's the opposite of you. Fallen Abyss 9 Strike. First Spear, Heaven Breaker. The ancient long spear once again swept out from Luo Yuan's hand. As the spear swept out, the heaven and earth shook. The wild power of the charge was completely revealed in this spear strike. Wherever it went, all things would cease to exist and be annihilated. Rumble. The two streaks of light collided in midair. The void rumbled. The power of the stars that had been frozen was instantly released by the spear of fallen land. In the blink of an eye, it directly gathered within Luo Yuan's body. The spear grew even more ruthless. Ka. A shattering sound could be heard. Long Fei felt his palm go numb. What was even more terrifying was that, after the collision, the world-shattering spear in his hand began to crack. F***ck so fierce. Long Fei decisively gave up. Walala. The moment Long Fei loosened his grip, the entire spear instantly turned into dust, and not even a complete shape was left behind. Ha ha! With merely this bit of strength, you want to attack this emperor? You are truly looking to die. Luo Yuan said, his voice filled with disdain and ridicule. Long Fei took a step back. Looking at the fresh blood on his palm, the hostility in his eyes increased. He knew how strong his fleshly body's strength was. He had completely swept away the existence of this place where 10,000 worlds intersected. But now, a single clash with Luo Yuan had actually broken through his defense. How strong was Fallen Land? For a moment, in Long Fei's heart, he looked at Luo Yuan and became cautious. It was also at this moment that a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Great Emperor Luo Yuan's body. Light of the boss. Long Fei's heart trembled. He immediately looked over, Great Emperor of the Fallen Land, Ancient Boss. Health? Damage. 10 stars. The boss's attributes were completely displayed in front of Long Fei, but it was completely useless. Not a single piece of useful information. Their health, in particular, was a string of question marks. This caused Long Fei to curse incessantly in his heart. Because Fallen Land did not have a physical body. Without a physical body, where would the blood come from? Moreover, this was definitely not a doppelganger. Goddammit, he's not a doppelganger. He doesn't have any HP. Could he be immortal? Long Fei's expression changed. But to make Long Fei retreat was even more impossible. He did not have this habit. Moreover, this existence that was also related to Long Batian, Long Fei would definitely not stay. No matter how strong he was, Long Fei had to kill him. Otherwise, it might lead to something else. Who cares about your existence? As long as it's a boss, we'll be able to kill it. With that thought, Long Fei's eyes became firm, and he suddenly attacked again. Swish! The Chaos Battle Sword flashed and slashed out. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, just one word was enough. It was also at this moment that a hint of shock appeared on the face of Great Emperor Luo Yuan. The battle sword of the Lord of Chaos? Kid, who exactly are you? The expression on Great Emperor Luo Yuan's face changed. Because the master of the primal chaos was an existence that existed at the same time as Long Batian. In fact, in the ancient lands, even the 13 of them would have to be courteous to the Lord of Primal Chaos. He wasn't a match at all. However, Long Fei didn't care at all. Boom! The spear and sword clashed in the void. An incomparable amount of primal chaos energy erupted and began to wreak havoc. Sword intent, spear intent, mixed with chaotic force, filled the entire space in an instant. Crazy to the point of exploding. Rumble, 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 rumble. The entire space began to collapse under the impact of the chaotic force. It was constantly being destroyed, and the entire space was about to disappear into nothingness. But Long Fei didn't move at all. Although this power was extremely strong, the strength of his body wasn't something to fear. That's true. I was just sensing my power, but you went out of your control. So it was the Lord of Chaos who intervened? It looks like you haven't refined my power. The silhouette of the Great Emperor of the Fallen Land appeared once again. In the center of the endless berserk of energy, he once again raised his spear and pointed it at Long Fei. Long Fei was startled. The look in his eyes was extremely unsatisfied. Because this sword did not cause any damage to Fallen Land at all, not even the slightest bit. This was because there was no change in the numbers above his head. Motherf *Ker, looks like I can only use God of Boundaries blade. Long Fei thought. No matter if it was a spear or a sword, they were both not the methods that Long Fei used. He didn't even use a skill. It was just a casual attack, so it was normal that he didn't deal any damage. Originally, Long Fei had defined Luo Yuan's cultivation as strong. But at most, only an ordinary god of boundary would be stronger. That was why he had nothing to fear. However, after exchanging blows with Luo Yuan consecutively, Long Fei had no choice but to admit that Luo Yuan's cultivation had probably reached a terrifying level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been defined by the system as an ancient boss. With that thought, Long Fei immediately gave up on the primal chaos war sword. As he raised his head, the edge of the god of boundary appeared in his hand. Your strength? How awesome do you think you are? Does Laozi have to fight over it to refine it? I don't care at all. And you don't have to worry about that either. I've already killed the Lord of Chaos, and he doesn't have the qualifications to take advantage of me. Long Fei said indifferently. In any case, he had already used the god of boundary's edge. Long Fei did not believe that there was still a way for Luo Yuan to survive below the borders of Wild Dragon Town. Arrogant! Kid, who do you think you are? He actually dares to look down on this Emperor's methods. However, that's just nice. After I possess your body, I can directly refine it. Perhaps it can even save me from a period of weakness, Luo Yuan said. Killing intent burst out of his eyes. Then, the long spear in his hand swept out. Swish! The tip of the spear shot up to the sky, directly slashing through the endless primal chaos, forcibly slicing open a field of clarity, sweeping across Xiang Longfei. But Long Fei had long since made his preparations. Mad Dragon, keep the world under control! He let out a heavy shout. Long Fei did not hesitate at all. The god of Boundary Blade in his hand flew out in an instant and slashed out. Rumble! Immediately following that, the shadow of a raging dragon swept across the horizon, instantly engulfing the spear that was sent out by Fallen Land. Roar! The dragon roared angrily as it engulfed the sky, crazily floating its body. In the blink of an eye, the entire space had been cleanly devoured, leaving behind only an incomparably ferocious colossal dragon. At this moment, the raging dragon's body spanned across the horizon. Although the entire space was vast, it was still pierced through by the raging dragon's body. Pow! Right at this moment, the dragon drew back, directly sweeping out Luo Yuan's body. Boom! 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 It was a direct sweep, and even if it was Luo Yuan's body, under the power of the dragon, it was completely useless. Instantly, Luo Yuan's body became even more transparent. Before, it was barely in the shape of a human, but now it was just a lump of milk. What kind of power is this? Who are you? Luo Yuan was flustered and exasperated, his voice full of disbelief. Previously, Long Fei's power was just trash in his eyes. He didn't care at all. With just his spear, it had been annihilated by his spear. Even the long spear had been shattered. Although the power of a sword wasn't small, it didn't affect him in any way. With a sweep of the spear, he was also annihilated. However, and now, with just one slash, its power had increased exponentially. No, it was tens or hundreds of times stronger. It was as if he had become a completely different person. His berserk methods directly caused him to be stupefied. So much nonsense. No matter who I am destined to take your life today. As for strength, it's obviously the power to kill you. Wild Dragon Town, Long Fei said directly. Luo Yuan's power was not ordinary, it was stronger than the few god of boundaries he had killed before. It could even injure his body. There was only one outcome for an existence like this, and that was death. Instantly, after Long Fei's voice fell, the wild dragon once again roiled in the air, bringing about a huge amount of suppressive power as it once again charged towards the abyss. Roar! The wild dragon smashed downwards, all of its power concentrated in that single roar. However, at this moment, Luo Yuan's figure changed once again. It was completely illusory. There wasn't even a trace of it from before. Long Fei's expression also instantly changed at this moment. The suppressive force of the dragon also erupted at this moment. One piece after another, all the visible beings were directly suppressed by this incomparably surging force, shattering into nothingness. However, the more it was like this, the more anxious Long Fei became. This was because no matter how powerful the power was, it was aimed at a tangible existence. However, Fallen Land actually transformed into a ball of energy, dissipating without a trace. It was impossible for him to be suppressed. Ha ha ha! Little bastard, you're awesome. You still want to suppress me? What a fool's dream. This emperor admits that your methods are awesome. But, so what? This emperor has transformed into nothingness, so who can hurt me? Luo Yuan laughed madly. Not only that, a figure appeared in the air once again. He looked at Long Fei with disdain. Long Fei's face darkened. He slashed again with his backhand. Boom! The berserk dragon reappeared, immediately enveloping the entire region. And then it rapidly shrank and crazily rushed towards the center. However, it didn't stop until the dragon dissipated. Luo Yuan's figure disappeared and reappeared, but there was no reaction. Still want to come? Boy, your methods are no longer effective against this emperor. This emperor's body is no more, it is only an energy body. It can transform in an instant and you still want to kill me? You don't have that ability at all. Emperor Luo Yuan looked at Xiang Longfei with ridicule. Long Fei remained silent. His thoughts raced. In this situation, all power was useless. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but the existence of Great Emperor Fallen Land was too special. It was completely condensed from the astral energy. Moreover, no one knew just how many years he had survived in this meteor world, absorbing and refining countless fallen star essences. However, all of a sudden, Long Fei's eyes flashed. No, the Fallen Land doesn't have a physical body. It's just an incredibly powerful ball of energy. Long Fei muttered to himself as a crazy idea formed in his mind. Power is useless? No physical body and no injuries? Pure energy changes in an instant? So what? In an instant, Long Fei slowly raised his head, a crazed expression immediately appearing on his face. Emperor Luo Yuan was startled. He did not understand why Long Fei would make such an expression. Kid, have you gone silly? Do you think that all of your methods are a joke in front of this emperor, and you have already accepted your fate? Emperor Luo Yuan said. His illusory body started to tremble uncontrollably. He seemed to feel some kind of threat. Accept your fate? Luo Yuan, you are truly pitiful. You have been living in this meteor world for countless years. Do you think that you are still in the same world? Long Baishan's era is already a thing of the past. I, Long Fei, am the only protagonist. As for you? Do you think you can survive just by transforming into a mass of energy? It doesn't exist, Long Fei said indifferently. He immediately gave up all of his power. With a move of his hands, a loud explosion resounded through the world. Immediately after, the entire sky and the earth began to change, as streams of natural power started to gather towards Long Fei's hands. In the end, it directly turned into a ball of fire, bursting heaven and earth. As for the entire space, it also followed Long Fei's actions, and formed into a huge halo. In an instant, it directly enveloped the space around Long Fei. Luo Yuan's expression became serious as his body of energy abruptly retreated a few steps. What are you doing? Emperor Luo Yuan asked in a raspy voice. Moreover, his voice was already starting to tremble. It was clear that he could also sense that Long Fei's methods were a threat to him. And it was deadly. What is it? Of course it's to refine you. Since pure power can't suppress you, then I have no choice but to use another method to kill you. Long Fei's mouth twitched as he said evilly. Immediately after, Long Fei's gaze turned serious. Heaven and earth as a furnace. Of course it's fire. Refine for me. Long Fei roared. This was his method, insanely crazy. It is actually going to refine Great Emperor Luo Yuan into a pill. No! The Great Emperor of Fallen Land instantly became flustered. The Great Emperor of Fallen Land instantly became flustered. After a heavy roar, he began to brandish the long spear in his hand and continuously pierce through the heavens and earth. But this time, every time he swung his arm, the power instantly dissipated without a trace. At this moment, his aura also became weak. No. I am an ancient human king, a general of the Dragon Court, a human emperor. You dare to refine me? On Great Emperor Luo Yuan's illusionary face, all of his facial features started to appear as he stared at Long Fei with fury all over his face. But Long Fei didn't care at all. So what if it was the ancient human king? So what if he was a general of the Dragon Court? What did the human emperor have to do with him? There was only one rule for Long Fei's actions, and that was that those who blocked the way should die. Furthermore, this was an ancient boss, even more powerful than the 10,000 beast god of boundary from before. How could Long Fei let him go? Impossible. You don't dare? In this world, there is nothing that I, Long Fei, do not dare to do. Long Fei scoffed. The east seat in his hand did not stop. This is the method of the ancient alchemy. Ever since he had arrived in the ancient world, Long Fei had very rarely used it. Now that he was using it once more, he was similarly very familiar with it. Moreover, its power was far beyond what it could be compared to before. Back then, he had only been at the level of an ancient supreme elder. But now, he had already stabilized and attained perfection. His own strength had already become several times more berserk. To once again use this alchemy method was naturally also something that could not be mentioned in the same breath. This point could be seen from the reaction of great Emperor Luoyuan. He was afraid. Afraid that they would be the ones to make a move. The only thing they could do was to threaten him. Kid, you have to know that this is a place where 10,000 worlds intersect. If you dare kill me in the future, my 12 brothers will definitely eat you alive. Moreover, my lord will suppress you forever. Emperor Luoyuan said. He was furious. At this moment, he truly felt the threat of death. Threatening me? Who gave you that confidence? Now that you're the fish and I'm the chopping block, how dare you be so arrogant? Refine for me. Long Fei didn't care at all. Luoyuan's words were directly ignored. He raised his hand and the entire space seemed to flash with a brilliant light. The flames that soared to the sky instantly began to burn, and the center of this flame was the fallen land. No! In just an instant, a scream burst out from fallen land. Hysteria. It was as if he was suffering from inhuman torture. No! Don't fight anymore, I admit defeat, I submit. I'm willing to sign a slave seal for you. In the future, when I become your general, I can even help you find other people. Have them follow you and fight in the all-world for you. Luoyuan began to shout crazily. Long Fei squinted, and looked like he wanted to move, but his hands didn't stop moving at all. Even to the extent that he didn't have the initial admiration towards Luoyuan. Even though during that time, Luoyuan had been upright and overbearing. But now, after countless years of self-bestowment, even his fleshly body had ceased to exist. In this situation, he had long since become someone else. Fighting against the 10,000 worlds? It looks like Long Batian also wanted to do the same back then? I knew it, this old thing isn't that simple. But unfortunately I have my own brother. As for you, an existence who should have died a long time ago, go ahead and annihilate him. Long Fei said in a serious tone. His killing intent exploded. It was also at this moment that Luoyuan's body finally began to change unceasingly. The boss's light dimmed. Streams of violent astral energy were emitted from his body. It formed the shape of a medicinal pill in the air. At the same time, his HP also began to change. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it abruptly began to decline. It went from 3 question marks to a fixed number. 30 million. Long Fei was startled, his heart uncertain. Originally, Long Fei felt that the blood of this kind of boss might have been overpowered. After all, even the Emperor Xian back then possessed trillions of HP. But at this time, Long Fei simply did not have time to think about it. While he's sick, take his life. This was Long Fei's consistent principle. As for everything that Luoyuan said, Long Fei did not care at all. Don't kill me. Long Fei, I can feel that Master's power is still in your body. If you kill me, you will never know the secret of the Lord. The great Emperor of the Fallen Land continued to roar as he threw out a piece of news. Even Long Fei was stunned. In the blink of an eye, Long Fei's eyes turned even colder. It wasn't because of Long Batian. It was because of the fallen land. At this moment, a single sentence from Luo Yuan had completely exposed his ambitions. Because, even though he knew that his body contained Long Baitian's power, he still pretended to not know and turned a blind eye, wholeheartedly wanting to possess her. This also meant that he already had a bad feeling about it, and didn't care about Long Batian at all. It was so much so that he wanted to use his own body to take over the position that Long Batian had once left behind. Wave. At that moment, in the system's space, the scale suddenly moved. An extremely furious feeling exploded from within. After that, without even waiting for long phase suppression, a strand of power directly appeared and instantly landed on Long Fei's palm. In an instant, the boundless natural fire became even more resplendent, and in the place where Luo Yuan was standing, he had fallen into an even more violent state. Not my strength. This emperor is not willing. I can't accept it. Emperor Luo Yuan screamed with all his might. However, it was completely useless. Under the addition of this power, the natural flames instantly reduced the strength of the abyss by half. His HP had also dropped to 15 million. But as time passed, the change in his blood volume became even more indescribable. Almost a breath of time later, his 1 million HP was gone. 3 breaths of time. In just 3 breaths of time, the HP bar above Emperor Luo Yuan's head dropped to the bottom. Kid, do you think you're so awesome? Ha ha ha, you are the most pitiful person here. One day, you will know that from beginning to end, you are nothing more than a chess piece. Fallen Land laughed out loud, just like his counterattack before his death. Only, he no longer had the chance to speak. Long Fei spread his hands, and a natural fire burned through. In an instant, there was no longer any trace of the aura of the fallen land inside the furnace. There was only a pellet condensed from the endless star power. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the great emperor of Fallen Land. The reward is 300 million experience points. The reward is 300 million holy source points and 1 striking value point. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Fallen Land 9 attack. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Fallen Land Slaughtering Spear. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining Pill, Star Dan. A system prompt appeared. Long Fei slowly raised his head and grabbed the star pellet. Instinctively, Long Fei felt all the pores on his body expand, as if they were going to swallow at any moment. System, don't play with me like that. I refined this pill myself and you directly dropped it? Is it appropriate? Long Fei said with a helpless expression. Just as he finished his sentence, the system's voice rang out once again. Ding! Ding! Congratulations player for the first time killing an ancient boss. The reward is a special system reward. The reward is a special call card. Ding! Congratulations player for the first time killing an ancient boss. The reward is a special system reward. The reward is a special call card. Ding! Congratulations player for creating Alchemy Kill Boss Mode, Super Alchemy Reward. The system's voice sounded out continuously. Long Fei's gaze fixed on her. Super call card? An existence that had long since been annihilated by the system. Call card had once and had never let him down. But now, his cultivation had reached such a level. It never appeared again. But he did not expect that after going berserk this time, a call card actually appeared. Special call card? Could it be that it is able to summon Long Batian? Long Fei thought otherwise in his heart, but he still clicked on the call card. Special call card. There are 3 summoning chances. Player has 1 chance to customize and summon character. Looking at the introduction of the call card, Long Fei was speechless in his heart. So this was what it meant by special. Then, Long Fei saw the call card series. The first one was an anime character, the Holy Gladiator series. The second time was a super powerful existence. The moment he saw the name, Long Fei was unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. Haha, you can still play like this? You were able to summon such an incredible person the second time? Then wouldn't the third customization be heaven-defying? Who else? Long Fei instantly became excited. He felt that he had taken a hit this time. An ancient boss had already raised him all the way up to heaven. However, Long Fei was also clear that by relying on Luo Yuan's power, he could completely beat the previous Lord of Primal Chaos. This also meant that the changes that had occurred to their bodies occurred at this place where 10,000 worlds intersected. It had nothing to do with the past. That was to say, there were at least 12 more of these existences. Thinking about it, Long Fei was extremely excited. We can't let them go. After we destroy the Star Demon Realm, we'll go to these places one by one. Long Fei thought in his heart, with great yearning. Following that, Long Fei's gaze fell on the second item that exploded. Super Alchemy Technique. For the current Long Fei, he basically could not use alchemy anymore. Furthermore, using the heaven and earth as the path was naturally like fire. If he really needed any pills, it would be something he would learn from a novice. It could be said that his alchemy had already reached the pinnacle, so even if he was a bit stronger, it would be useless. However, the moment Long Fei saw this alchemy technique, he was immediately shocked. His expression was extremely exaggerated, even more so than when he saw the call card. Damn, can this even be called alchemy technique? Long Fei could barely suppress his excitement. This was because there was only one thing left to say: refining the heavens and refining the earth to refine the air. These 7 simple words, however, had completely pushed the formidable place of alchemy techniques to the extreme. The heavens and earth can be pills? What can't be refined? Instantly, Long Fei made a choice. Cultivate and also the 9 strikes of fallen land. Practice all of them. Swish. As Long Fei's voice fell, the system flashed and instantly gained an additional set of skills. Ding! Congratulations, player, on practicing Fallen 9 Strike. When the system beep appeared, Long Fei took a look, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. This was because this time there was no problem with experience skills. Ding! Congratulations, player, on cultivating Super Alchemy, current level, Refinement. Refining the void, refining the stars, refining the heavens and the earth. The system's voice appeared again. However, this time there was a level limit. Long Fei felt slightly regretful, but he could only accept this. After all, Long Fei was already used to the system. This was the path to invincibility. However, he wasn't immediately invincible. This super alchemy technique was simply too exaggerated. If he could directly master it, then there was no need to leave this 10,000 worlds land. With just a thought, he could refine the 10,000 worlds world. But right now, Long Fei did not have the mind to care about all these. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to destroy the meteorite realm. Moreover, now that Fallen Land had been killed, there were no more obstacles. Immediately after, Long Fei kept the star pellet and placed it into a spatial space. With a leap, he broke away from this world. At this time, in another space, Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu were still restricted to the void. He didn't move at all. Even breathing felt like a luxury. Each and every one of their movements could cause their cultivation bases to be instantly consumed. This won't do. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for the Lord's arrival. The two of us have already spoken. Wang Yun's voice was low as he tried his best to reduce the consumption rate. Before this, as long as he didn't make a move and didn't use any power, even though he had expended a bit of his energy, he could still withstand it. However, just before this, an intense devouring force suddenly appeared in the entire world. This caused this region of space to tremble even more violently, as if the entire world was going to collapse at any moment. And they, too, were affected by this power. With a slight movement, the power disappeared without a trace like a funnel. You're right. I feel that as long as I breathe, my strength will gradually dissipate. This planet truly is terrifying. Jiang Chuanxiu nodded his head faintly and didn't even dare to show his emotions. He was afraid that his cultivation would drop even more due to the excessive fluctuations. In the distance, the people from the meteor world became even more excited. Ha ha ha, our Lord God of Boundary has definitely come out. Yes, the God of Boundary said, the time is about to come. As long as that power is released, our cultivation speed will increase exponentially. Outsiders, on the other hand, will lose their combat ability in an instant. Look at them, they don't even dare to move, they look just like a dog. People from the meteorite realm laughed out loud. At this moment, more and more people from the meteor world had gathered here. All of them were attracted here because of the sudden burst of star power from before. From the elders of the meteor world to the ordinary cultivators. It was densely packed, almost in the tens of millions. It was at this moment that a figure walked out from the crowd of people in the nebula world, incomparably arrogant. Grand Elder. Grand Elder is here as well. Seems like it's right, Master God of Boundary must have said that the secret location has been pried open. Otherwise, how could the great clan elder appear? Suddenly, because of this person's appearance, the entire world was shocked. I had originally thought that they were two small characters, but who would have thought that they were actually two God of Boundary-s? The power of the God of Boundary. Weird, you can't trigger the change in my meteor world's top secret treasure. TSK, what a pity. Even if you were to give my meteor world a great deal of good fortune, you would still die in the end. Once we devour all of you, our powers will instantly reach the level of God of Boundary. At that time, in all the realms of the world, who would dare to contend against us? The Grand Elder said. Arrogant beyond compare. Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanxiu's expressions were icy cold, but they could not refute his words. Right now, they had no way to fight back. The two were extremely furious, and their eyes could spew fire. However, there was nothing he could do. If he did not resist, he still needed a chance at survival until Long Fei arrived. However, if he made a move, he would be instantly devoured by the raging star power. Moreover, there were more and more people in this world right now, especially the last few who appeared. Their cultivation base was almost the same as theirs. Even if they did make a move, they might not be a match for him. What should we do? The Lord hasn't appeared yet. Jiang Chuanxiu said in a low voice with a helpless tone. He was even feeling extremely aggrieved. If they were here, it would be a crazy battle. Even if they died in battle, they wouldn't feel much. However, they didn't even have the chance to make a move before the conclusion was reached. In this situation, they wanted to kill him no matter what. To an existence like them, this was simply an insult. Damn it, I, Wang Yun, am a God of Boundary from the War Realm. But today, I feel like this is an extraordinary shame and humiliation to the outside world for the tens of thousands of years of my God of Boundary career. Wang Yun said hatefully. However, because his aura was too strong, one layer of his cultivation base was cut off in an instant, and he instantly calmed down. Jiang Chuanxiu froze for a moment before taking in a deep breath. Calm down, calm down. However, do you think that it's because of the adults that such changes have occurred? Jiang Chuanxiu suddenly said. Wang Yun was also stunned. Yes, it's extremely possible. Your Excellency clearly entered before us, but disappeared halfway through. He must have sensed something and went to another place. Right now, that place has already been breached by the Lord, which is why this meteor world has become like this. Wang Yun said. The more he spoke, the more excited he got. He didn't even care about the fact that his cultivation base was being consumed at a rapid rate. Calm down, that's all I said. Don't get too excited. What if it's not? Jiang Chunxiu pulled Wang Yun. Afraid that Wang Yun would be too agitated, before Long Fei could even arrive, he had already become a cripple. Ha ha ha, there's no mistake. Old Jiang, watch and see. I have a feeling that the Lord will arrive soon, Wang Yun said. At this moment, the people from the meteor world also noticed Wang Yun's strange behavior. Is this person crazy? He must know that he's going to die. He's crazy. This is simply courting death. However, this is also good. This saves us from waiting even longer, the man from the meteor world said with a cold expression. Of course, the apathy in his tone made him waver. All of their gazes were fixated on Wang Yun, who was about to be devoured of his energy. The corners of their mouths were twitching, as though they were looking at a delicacy. It was also at this moment that the Grand Elder of the Meteorite Realm suddenly stepped forward. With a single step, he appeared above the empty space between Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu. You brought about your own destruction, yet you still dare to laugh at your own impending doom? Are you glad that you can become our strength in the stomach? Since that's the case, your father will grant your wish, the Meteorite Realm's Great Elder said with dense killing intent. After which, he moved both his hands, as though he was exploring the void. A stream of astral energy directly condensed into a fist in his hand. Die! The Great Elder shouted. A fist punched out toward Wang Yun. Wang Yun's countenance abruptly changed. He wanted to make a move to block the attack, but only now did he realize that his cultivation base had already been completely depleted. No! Master, save me! Wang Yun bellowed as he stared at the empty air. However, there was no response at all. Humph, Master? Even if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness now, it is already too late. If I attack, you will undoubtedly die, the head elder said with disdain. Rumble. This punch was extremely fast. He slashed out a streak of light, and it was impossible for the naked eye to catch his strength. Instantly, Wang Yun's face turned ashen. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. But at this moment, Jiang Chunqiu made his move. He exerted all of his strength and instantly leapt into the air. Boom! An explosion. He saw Jiang Chunqiu's figure fly backwards. Puff, puff, puff. Spitting out blood madly had drained away all of the power of his cultivation base. Old Jiang! Wang Yun bellowed. He knew that if it hadn't been for Jiang Chunqiu, he would have already been a dead man by now. It's okay, I'm still alive, Jiang Chuanqiu said. His tone was extremely weak. This punch had severely injured him, and he couldn't take it at all. Do we share hardships? That's great, this old man will send you to your deaths as well. Although your powers did not dissipate, there were some losses. But it doesn't matter. Now that the sky and earth have changed, we can similarly cultivate to the peak of perfection before long. Go to hell. The Grand Elder's face was ice-cold. He was furious. Initially, Wang Yun's strength had already been completely depleted. There wouldn't be any problem if he were to kill him now. This was because their strength had been consumed in the meteor world and had completely merged with the world. Whoever killed them would be able to take over their cultivation. However, now that Jiang Chuanqiu had forcefully taken his punch, all of his power dissipated into thin air. Therefore, this made the Grand Elder extremely angry. Saying that, the Great Elder moved both his hands and pulled out a strand of star power from the void. It gathered in his hand, turned into a long blade, and descended with a loud bang. Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu smiled bitterly. At this point, they had no way out. He didn't have any hope of struggling free either. At this moment, the entire meteor world began to tremble violently. It was as if he had been subverted by some power. Rumble, rumble. An endless rumbling sound could be heard. Even the natives of the meteor world couldn't bear this rumbling sound, and their faces were filled with panic. Who is it? What kind of power is this? No, why? Why is it that my strength is also being devoured? Impossible, I am someone from the meteor world after all. No, 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 Great Elder, save me! One panicked voice after another sounded. The face of the meteorite realm's Grand Elder suddenly changed. He was about to turn around, but his eyes were attracted by a strange sound that appeared in the air. Ka! Asterisk space exploded. Immediately after, a figure appeared in front of them. Who are you? The Grand Elder said with a cold voice. He had already guessed that the changes in the meteor world were related to this person in front of him. My lord! Lord, you finally came. At this moment, Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu spoke at the same time with tears in their eyes. Boundless hope was born in his eyes. As for Long Fei, he indifferently glanced at Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu, and lightly nodded. But he didn't say anything, only looked at the Great Elder of the meteorite realm with an unfriendly face. That's right. Die for me. Long Fei's voice sounded out indifferently. However, this sentence was like a god of death, controlling life and death, cold and merciless, especially at this time, a sentence. After confirming your eyes, you are the dead. Simple and domineering. It was so crazy that it was hard to describe. Rumble, rumble, rumble. What was even more strange was that after Long Fei's voice fell, the changes in the entire world became even more violent. All the star power started to dissipate in the void like crazy. As for the people from the meteor world, their auras were weakening at a rate visible to the naked eye. Many of them had lost all their strength in an instant. No, no. This is my power. Elder, help. Grand Elder, quickly kill him. If you kill him, we'll be fine. He yelled like a madman, begging for help. But it was useless. This was because at this moment, their Great Elder was also unable to save himself. Cough, cough, cough. Who the hell are you? What exactly did you do? The meteorite realm's Grand Elder coughed violently. His entire body aged even faster, and his cultivation base had been cut in half. It was even more tragic than Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu's. Ha ha ha, what a smug look, what a smug look. You are only putting on an act in front of us, and you still say that you want to watch a show? Waiting for our cultivation to be completely devoured? And now? I am the one watching this show. Wang Yun laughed madly. At this moment, all of his displeasure disappeared. Looking at the people of the meteor world that were already at the end of their wits, they felt carefree in their hearts. This was the true rebellion. Because of Long Fei's arrival, the power that was originally acting on their bodies went back in the other direction and swallowed the cultivation levels of the Nebula Realm's natives. On the other hand, they had no influence at all. Ha ha, you're right. Sir, you're indeed an adult. You're calm and collected. Just a word, just a look and you've destroyed an entire world. Awesome. Jiang Chuanqiu said without any shame. Long Fei then turned around and looked at the two people whose cultivation had completely disappeared, and his eyes revealed shock. Looking at the change in the people in the nebula world, their hearts had already understood what was going on. Then, he took out the star pill. Instantly, heaven and earth rumbled. The power of countless stars even exploded in the meteorite world. These people from the meteor world even more so exploded out with miserable shriek. No. No, please no. Where's the God of Boundary? Master God of Boundary, save us. Their faces were helpless and listless. This was because the raging star power that filled the sky came from them. Wang Yunhe and Jiang Chunqiu also looked at the star pellet in Xiang Longfei's hands, feeling the surging power from it. Their expressions became extremely heavy. Long Fei also sank into deep thought. No, how can you possess such pure star power? Why, our meteor world is the master of the power of the stars. The Grand Elder of the meteor realm screamed crazily as if he had gone mad. And then, just like a madman, his hands continued drawing in astral energy from the void, attempting to do so. However, it was useless. No response. It was as if there was no star power that could be drawn in by him. No. Instantly, the Grand Elder of the meteorite realm lost all hope and stared at Long Fei with a face full of grief and indignation. But Long Fei completely ignored them. He turned his gaze to the star pill in his hand and made a guess in his heart. So there's actually such an operation. This fucking meteor world is basically a world nurtured by the fallen land. Moreover, this meteor world is extremely proud of itself because it has fallen into the abyss. Furthermore, the power that they are cultivating in is merely trash that fallen land abandoned. Long Fei thought and instantly understood what was going on. Feeling the rejection of the raging star power, and thinking of how there was only a time and space gap between the space where fallen land was previously, and how the Starfall world's people used their powers to control the star power. He now understood everything. It was because of this that the cultivation of the people in the nebula world would be weakened and the power of the stars would be devoured if he controlled the star pellet now. Ha ha, if that's the case, then I don't need to do anything to destroy this nebula world? Long Fei's heart skipped a beat. He was always direct. Simple violence was most direct. It was tough. But to destroy a world, even if he was powerful, it would still take some time. But now, a single star pill had given him a pleasant surprise. Without making a sound, a single flick of a finger could destroy a world. How amazing was this? At this time, the people in the meteor world had completely lost their way. Their lights were all dried up and their cultivation had completely dissipated. They had turned into ordinary people. Long Fei's gaze paused, looked at Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanxiu, and said indifferently, "Wait, I'll gather your strength for you," Long Fei said. Then, Long Fei formed a seal with his hands. Super alchemy technique, void refinement method. Hoo. In an instant, the raging star power that filled the sky instantly became silent. Streams of star power swept into Long Fei's hands and then merged with each other, and in the end, they directly turned into two pellets. This speed was extremely fast. It was ridiculously fast. Almost in the blink of an eye. Even Long Fei was shocked by this speed. F***ck, it was the system that revealed this speed. Long Fei thought. How much astral energy was there? Basically, it was the cultivation of the entire nebula world's people. It was impossible to count, but fusing two pills together was done in an instant. Who could say that it wasn't awesome? On the other side, Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanxiu were also completely stunned by Long Fei's methods. "My lord, this is for us?" Wang Yun asked tentatively. He couldn't believe it. "Of course it's for you. If you swallow it down, your cultivation should be able to recover, and perhaps even become a bit stronger," Long Fei said. He couldn't give the two of them the stellar cores that Fallen Land had refined. However, Long Fei did not care about the power of the stars. "My lord." The two of them spoke with excitement in their eyes. "Don't waste time, hurry up and refine it. Wait until I destroy this meteor realm, then we will go do our proper work," Long Fei said as he turned around, putting the star pellet back into the spatial space. Now, in the entire meteor world, including the strongest elders, he had become a cripple. In other words, the mission to destroy the meteor realm was only one step away. "You actually destroyed my star realm. Just you wait. My realm's god of boundary will definitely let you refine it alive. It will make your life a living hell," the leader of the meteorite realm said with hatred. "God of boundary? Ridiculous. If the god of boundary you are talking about is in existence in that space, then I'll tell you straight away, he has already been killed by your father," Long Fei said with an indifferent expression, after which a long spear appeared in his hands. Falling star. Long Fei's hands slashed, and the long spear suddenly struck. In an instant, a destructive force erupted from the spear and instantly landed on the meteor realm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, the long spear shot straight into the meteor realm, and the entire world began to rumble. All of the people of the domain of the falling stars were instantly engulfed and disappeared without a trace. It was also at this moment that the system's notification rang out crazily, connecting together unceasingly. Ding ding ding. The system's notification sound immediately flooded in. The system's notification sound immediately flooded in. Long Fei's ears basically did not have any interruptions, and kept on ringing. Following the appearance of this voice, Long Fei also could not calm himself down in his heart. In the meteorite realm, he did not expect anything to drop. However, he had experience. This was the first time he had gone so berserk. Destroying an entire world at once, how many people would that be? However, Long Fei had already known in his heart that the so-called meteor world was just a virtual world. It was a world that was born after the fallen land had been laid out here. Compared to the ancient world, there were countless dimensions. However, there was only one star, and it was also a world. Countless living creatures. If he did not know that this world existed because of the fallen land, Long Fei reckoned that even if he destroyed it with a single shot, he would still feel burdened. At this moment, the system finally stopped beeping. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing billions of lives in the meteorite realm. You have obtained 0 experience, 0 holy source points, and 0 striking value. Ding! Congratulations player for completing the quest, destroying star falling world, refining the power of the stars, obtaining any kind of teleportation portal. The system's voice appeared. However, Long Fei was completely dumbfounded. Compared to the previous fallen land, it was a complete contrast. 0 points, 0 points, 0 points. 3 zeros made Long Fei go completely crazy. System, are you sure? I destroyed a whole world, so why don't you give me 3 zeros? Are you playing me to death? Long Fei immediately shouted and cursed. This kind of complete reversal of heaven and earth was not something Long Fei could bear in his heart. One moment he was in heaven, this moment he was in hell. Could it be that because of the stellar cores, these people have become waste without any cultivation bases, so they won't be given any experience? Long Fei guessed in his heart. He was extremely unhappy. To him, destroying an entire meteor realm was going to take a bit of effort, but it wouldn't take long. He had never expected the system to be so deceptive. If there was any disagreement, it would be greatly reduced. This time, he was going all the way to the end. Yi Zichen directly gave 3 zeros. Long Fei could not accept this result. It was at this moment that 2 hearty laughs rang out. It was Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu. Haha, adults are adults, truly amazing. With a flip of my hand, not only will we recover from our cultivation, it will also increase it by a whole level. I feel that right now, even if we were to fight against those super strong realms god of boundary, we will still have the strength to fight. Wang Yun laughed madly. He was from the world of war. The world of battle was originally a group of battle maniacs. They battled madly, battling madly. It was as if the purpose of existence was to fight endlessly. If it wasn't for the limitation of the level of this world, and the might of the noble worlds, it wasn't certain which of the 10,000 worlds in this world would be the strongest world. You're right. I knew it, being with you is definitely extraordinary. Ha ha ha, this is a step into the sky. It feels like flying. Jiang Chunqiu was also extremely pleased with himself. Having narrowly escaped death and become a butterfly, not only did he not lose his life, he had even improved by leaps and bounds. He was also extremely satisfied. But soon after, they saw Long Fei's expression, and the excitement on his face was forcefully held back. He said lightly, "My lord. Actually, you don't have to worry about that. It's just that you've destroyed a world. Survival of the fittest in the myriad worlds. This sort of thing often happens. Moreover, the meteorite realm isn't a good place either. I wonder how many cultivators we've devoured in the past. So, Lord, there's no need to take it to heart. The two of them chatted. But Long Fei did not care about it at all. There was a feeling that never existed. That was empathy. They had not experienced this inhumane resplendence, so they would never be able to understand Long Fei's current state of mind. It's fine, my liver hurts. It'll be fine in a moment, Long Fei said indifferently. He scanned the system again and again with his spiritual sense, afraid that he had misread it. However, there was still no change. It was just 3 red fruit. However, just at this moment, the system's voice rang out once again. Ding. Considering that the player has received too much experience this time, the system will transfer the gained experience and holy source value to you in pill mode. Ding. Congratulations player for obtaining 100 experience elixir, each containing 3 billion experience points. Ding. Congratulations to player on obtaining 100 Holy Source pills, each containing 3 billion Holy Source S. The system's voice sounded out. As for Long Fei, he simply could not move a single step. Damn, system, you have a bug? Is he that fierce? Instantly, Long Fei became excited. 130 billion would be 3 trillion experience points. According to the current level, it would be enough for Long Fei to reach the peak of perfection, or even further. If one was to take drugs like that, it would be equivalent to possessing an undying body. Long Fei did not believe that there was still someone that he could not kill after leveling up, but to Long Fei's surprise, just as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out once again. Ding. In order to maintain system balance, normal experience with players, the system will adjust the player's experience. Ding. In the 10,000 Worlds land, the experience obtained by the player is as follows. Players who can be easily killed will no longer receive any experience. Players with the same strength will receive 100 million experience. The boss will receive 1 billion. A High Lord level boss will receive 3 billion. The Ancient boss will receive 10 billion. The Universe level boss will receive 20 billion. Ding. Players will have a limit to their consumption of experience elixir. Current physical body level, limit of endurance is 20 pills. You can consume up to 5 pills per day. The system's voice sounded out. He fell into complete silence. Long Fei was also slightly dazed. Could it be that my leveling speed has increased so fast that the system feels terrified? Long Fei thought as he rubbed his nose. This berserk alone gave an astonishing number of experience points. Otherwise, the system would not have directly confiscated him and used the experience elixirs method to restrict him. Moreover, under the rules of this place where 10,000 worlds intersect, leveling up was simply too easy. Although the amount of time needed to level up was huge, it was not enough. During these 9 days and 10 days, 10,000 worlds would send a person's head to another place. Therefore, the system could change the mechanism of experience at this time, so it was not that hard to understand. After pondering for a few seconds, Long Fei retracted his mind. Forget it, it's better to have something than nothing. Although Long Fei felt helpless, he could only accept it. After all, it was not easy for the system to retrieve the experience from the explosion of the meteor realm in such a way. He wanted to buy more from the system. Not likely. With that thought, Long Fei no longer hesitated. He turned his gaze towards Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu and said, "Let's go. Now, I want to see how powerful this star demon world is. Take my brother and son as bait. I want them to know that I, Long Fei, will never compromise." The Paragon Plain, in a certain room. The Paragon Plain, in a certain room. A young man was wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. It's too fast. I still have to suppress it a bit. Only by completely resolving the matter of the myriad realms and reaching the limit of your fleshly body can you be qualified to face this battle. Long Fei, you have to do your best, don't disappoint me. As the young man spoke, He moved his finger away from the return button and fell into deep thought. At this moment, within the stellar hall of the Star Demon world, the Star Demon god of boundary took the overall situation into its own hands, causing people from all walks of life to be in awe and gain control of the situation. People from all walks of life dared not to say anything, and dared not to say anything. There was no other way. Strength was everything. With the strength of the Star Demon god of boundary, he would definitely be able to kill them. Therefore, when faced with the Star Demon god of boundary, their plans of joining the hunt for Long Fei could only be put on hold. Even to the extent that he could only be a spectator. Everyone, how do you feel? How about my stellar array? The Star Demon god of boundary proudly stated. He was incomparably arrogant, as if he had already taken the people of the other realms as prisoners. He was clearly showing off, and in front of them, tens of thousands of stars were faintly discernible, hiding in the void. They crossed each other, and all the power formed lines that outlined the sky. These lines were filled with boundless killing power. His aura was incomparably terrifying. The eyes of the elders from several realms instantly narrowed. Their pupils were filled with fear. 10,000 miles away, they could feel the killing intent enveloping them. It was as if he only wanted to move, or rather, to say no. They would be locked on by the killing intent of the stars. He was directly smashed into smithereens. This killing intent was too powerful. Just a single glance was enough to send chills down their spines and make their souls tremble. If they were to land on him, they would die without a doubt. In this kind of situation, not to mention humans, even gods, and even their god of boundary would die if it came to that. In that instant, everyone fell silent. He never thought that the Star Demon world would have such a background. They didn't dare think about sharing the spoils. All he wanted to do now was to survive under the suppression of the Star Demon god of boundary. Good, the Star Demon realm is indeed a super great realm that will shake the entire myriad realms. No wonder it could become an existence only inferior to the noble realms. We wholeheartedly submit to it. This power is unquestionable. Destroying the soul with a soul, exterminating the devil, Lord God of Boundary is indeed unparalleled in strength. Sigh, we can only blame ourselves for being blind and not knowing MT-Tai. Otherwise, how could we possibly have the face of an adult? We would still stay behind even if we have to be shameless, and enjoy the glory of watching the myriad of stars destroy Long Fei. Yes, you're right. Below 10,000 stars, Long Fei is bound to die. Everyone said without any hesitation. Worried that their actions would not be humble enough, they continued to lick their dogs with smiles on their faces. Haha, does this mean that you have thought it through? Very good. Ha ha ha, I knew that you bunch of trash would definitely submit after seeing my Star Demon realm. Sure enough. Ha ha ha. The Star Demon, god of boundary, laughed loudly with a face full of disdain. When they spoke, they did not hide anything and directly compared the crowd to trash. Cough cough, compared to the power of an adult, we are indeed trash. In front of Lord Chu Feng, other than some existences, the rest can only be described as trash. My lord, your abilities are overflowing. We have nothing to say. He once again humbly knelt down and licked his lip. However, these people were extremely unwilling, so they didn't dare to show it. It's just that the Star Demon realm is too strong, and the Star Demon god of boundary is too strong. Furthermore, they also understood that the Star Demon god of boundary was deliberately made for them to see, to spread the news of the strength of the world and let them know how powerful the Star Demon world was. A bunch of bastards. You want to let you all know just how strong I am, but you think I'm a soft persimmon? Everyone wants a share? Let's see if you are qualified or not. Suddenly, the conversation of the Star Demon, god of boundary, changed to an incomparably cold one. Incomparable coldness. In an instant, the faces of the experts from several worlds turned pale, but they did not dare to open their mouths to explain. However, I also admire you. You know what's good for your job, and are suited to be a good dog. As the star demon god of boundary said this, its gaze slightly turned. However, what this king wants the most is still the long fay of the ancient world, to become a dog that this king sits on. I hope you won't keep me waiting, the star demon god of boundary said. With that, he moved his hands, and the stars in the sky immediately disappeared, and the monstrous killing intent also disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. At the same time, a streak of profound light flashed upon the kick in the star demon world. After the light faded, two figures appeared. It was Hong and Autumn Leaf. The two of them used the power of longevity, and the power of the sun god's god of boundary to secretly change the sun and slip past Chin Song. They set up another void passageway and traversed millions of stars before descending upon the star demon world. However, at this moment the two of them were extremely weak. Especially Hong Chuya, who had forcefully used the power of the god of boundary to activate the otherworldly boat. At this point in time, all of the holy source had already been exhausted. Big sister, this place is so scary, Yaya suddenly said as soon as she landed. After speaking, Yaya's gaze turned to the void, just in time to see the scene of tens of thousands of stars disappearing. Hong Chuya also noticed this. Worry surged in his eyes. Formation? As expected, the star demon god of boundary had indeed set up a formation, and was just waiting for her husband's arrival. Hong Chuya's voice sank, his delicate eyebrows tightened, and hatred flashed in his eyes. However, most of it was helplessness. In that case, wouldn't Big Brother and Big Sister be in danger? If we extradite them, wouldn't we be sending a sheep into a tiger's den? With a somewhat reserved expression on his young face, he said, "Thank you, young Master Yi." Hong Chuya's face also darkened as he said, "If that's the case, we can't let them take the risk either. Yeah, stop trying to draw out your power. Save your strength," Hong Chuya said, his eyes flashing with madness. Even though he didn't do much, but he knew that Hong Chuya wouldn't harm him, so he nodded his head. The scene changed again. On a desolate planet, Lu Luoshi was especially gentle and elegant. She had already adjusted her condition to its peak. I can sense that the maidservants and Autumn Leaf have already arrived at the Star Demon realm, Yuro said. Lu Luoshi and Aoya were both startled. They have already arrived? But why didn't he activate the power of attraction? Lu Luoshi's face was ice-cold, his voice carrying a bit of complaint. However, Yuro could only bitterly smile. I presume that the current Star Demon realm is even more terrifying than we imagined. It's so terrifying that they don't even dare to display this power and bring them over. They're afraid that if we go, we'll die with them, Yuro said. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the two of them with a heavy expression. However, I have long since created this scene, so I have already attached my heaven's divination onto their bodies. I can forcefully open the link and use my power. But if we go over there, we will be directly detected by the Star Demon realm. Now, let's see, do you all dare? The Meteorite Realm, above the endless void. The Meteorite Realm, above the endless void. Long Fei held the sky with one hand and stirred the void. A gigantic vortex appeared in the middle of the air, as though the 10,000 star realms were being merged into it, with specks of light shining everywhere. It was incomparably resplendent. Is this the 10,000 worlds teleportation? There is such a method? Wang Yun was stunned. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Towards Long Fei, he had already completely accepted him wholeheartedly. Everything that was impossible would be turned into naught by Long Fei. It was as long as Long Fei was here, there was nothing that couldn't be done. However, he still didn't dare imagine that Long Fei had the means to directly travel through 10,000 worlds. Jiang Chunqiu was the same as well, even more reverence surging through his shocked gaze. At this moment, He admired Long Fei to the extreme. Ha ha, I've already said this before. Lord, your methods are not what we imagined. Following you and conquering 10,000 worlds isn't impossible. Jiang Chuanxiu laughed heartily as hot tears welled up in his eyes. However, Long Fei acted like he did not hear their words. Looking at the transmission gate formed in the air, he was extremely anxious. Time was more important to them than anything else. He was short of time. One more minute and his brother would have to endure another minute of suffering. He'd thought that he'd be able to use the portal to take one step at a time. But who would have thought that it would actually be a complicated competition? Only after that would they be able to lock onto their target. System, how much longer do we have to wait? Long Fei asked in his heart. Ding. All world integration process 50%. Player, please continue to wait. Long Fei felt helpless in his heart. From the time he had activated the teleportation door, it had already been half an hour, and he was only 50% done. It was just like when he was playing games in the past, where he was tormented by the news of the loading of the game. However, there was nothing he could do. Helpless, Long Fei could only force himself to calm down. However, at this moment, a beam of light suddenly flashed in the sky, followed by a star map appearing in the endless space. Shwa shwa shwa. Shwa shwa shwa. Swish. In the blink of an eye, a total of 7 beams of starlight descended. Long Fei's mind moved. He suddenly raised his head. Big Dipper? Big Spoon? Long Fei's heart trembled. It was too similar, no different from half of Earth. However, his instincts told him that this was definitely not the place on Earth where he could observe the Big Dipper. Even if their appearance was similar, it wasn't impossible for their vast star fields and the 10,000 worlds to have similar appearances. And following that, Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanxiu's conversation also confirmed this point of Long Fei's. Big Dipper Realm? Why are the people of the Big Dipper Realm here? Such powerful strength. Could it be the god of boundary of the Big Dipper? The two of them spoke up in shock. At this time, even if their cultivation had increased, they would still not be able to match up to the Big Dipper god of boundary. Master, the people from the Big Dipper realm have arrived. It should be the Big Dipper god of boundary. Jiang Chuanxiu said. Long Fei's gaze also slightly paused for a moment. Then, a sneer flashed at the corner of his mouth. The god of boundary of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper had already been destroyed by him, and the entire Big Dipper realm had become the commander of this world. Long Fei had thought that he would face the god of boundary of the Big Dipper head-on, sooner or later. But he hadn't expected that they would arrive so quickly. Jiang Chuanxiu's voice had just sounded when an explosive rage came from the sky. I really never expected that, Long Fei, you would actually have such a great opportunity. Swish. With that said, the god of boundary of the Big Dipper appeared, and looked at Long Fei with a cold and detached expression. What's wrong? There's no such thing as the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper. Why is a master like you so impatient to die? Long Fei lifted his head and spoke indifferently. Humph, what an arrogant brat. Do you think I'm that sort of trash? As long as I am here, all the people in the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper have died. With my light of the Big Dipper, it won't be long before new life forms are born. At that time, I will still be a super great world. You, on the other hand, dare to challenge me after killing a few trash and not knowing how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? The god of boundary of the Big Dipper said arrogantly. Its eyes were filled with disdain, as though it did not care about Long Fei at all. But at this moment, Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanxiu could not take it anymore. In the past, when facing the god of boundary of the Big Dipper, they did not even have the courage to open their mouths. There was not even the slightest doubt in the words of the god of boundary of the Big Dipper. However, it was different now. After witnessing Long Fei's methods, there was no surprise at all that the god of boundary of the Big Dipper could only be described with one word: act tough. The god of boundary of the Big Dipper, I'm afraid you have become an idiot, right? My master kills tens of thousands of beasts as if they are dogs, but how strong do you think you are? That's right, to come from far away and send himself to his death? Do you know how powerful you are? The two of them said, singing the same tune. That's right, Zhou Quan is just a mad dog who controls 10,000 worlds and enslaves 10,000 worlds. As one of his dogs, you're not that much better off either. Well said, since it's a mad dog, how could it have an IQ? Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu spoke, without the slightest fear of the Big Dipper god of boundary. Even if the power of the Big Dipper god of boundary was stronger than them, they were not afraid at all with Long Fei around. Moreover, they also wanted to see their own advancement. This was especially true for Wang Yun. He was a battle maniac to begin with, and his entire life was spent fighting. Now that he saw the god of boundary of the Big Dipper, he naturally wanted to fight. You two are courting death. When Long Fei saw me, he did not even dare to be presumptuous. Die. The god of boundary was enraged, it immediately threw out a punch. Boom! In an instant, the diagram began to emit endless rays of light. 7 visible human figures within the 7 stars of the Big Dipper also began to punch. Rumble! Rumble! The endless space was pressed down. The entire space was turned into nothing by this one punch. Even the teleportation gate controlled by Long Fei began to shake intensely, about to be affected. In that moment, Long Fei immediately made his move. The Sun-Moon Wheel, chaotic force, immediately formed a huge protective layer that protected the teleportation gate. As for Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu, they too did not stay idle. They similarly unleashed their strongest battle prowess to bombard the skies. Boom! Suddenly, a huge mushroom cloud formed in the sky. 10,000 kilometers of space was blasted apart in a single attack, turning into a black hole in space. It could be said that this attack had completely shattered the meteor world, turning it into endless meteors that began to fall. Puff, puff. At the same time, Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu's bodies flew backward as well, spitting out a mouthful of blood. And here I thought you were the best. You can't even block one of my punches, and you still dare to make a ruckus? The god of boundary of the Big Dipper stood in the air with a face full of ridicule. Wang Yun was so angry that he wanted to attack again, but was stopped by Long Fei. There's something strange about this star map. You guys aren't a match for the forces of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper. Long Fei said indifferently. Instantly, Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu's faces darkened. At the same time, Long Fei also looked towards the Big Dipper god of boundary. Originally, Laozi was still conflicted and waiting for things to come to an end. But now that you have come, it would be for the best. Since you have already delivered yourself to my doorstep, then it's just nice that I'll kill another god of boundary along the way. Time was reorganized. Time was reorganized. Within the time of an hour, it was only 60%. According to the usual game, after loading it, he would need to release the pressure. In any case, not even an hour was enough, and an hour's time was enough for Long Fei to kill a Big Dipper god of boundary. But at that moment, the god of boundary of the Big Dipper was still as arrogant as before. It did not think that Long Fei had the power to kill it. The expression in its eyes was filled with disdain. Kill me? Long Fei, you sure are arrogant and conceited. Do you really think you're so awesome just by destroying me and sitting on the god of boundary of 10,000 realms? Let me tell you, the potential and strength of a super strong world is not something you can imagine. The map of the Big Dipper flashed with power as it spoke. The strength of 7 human figures gathered together, maintaining the same punching posture as before, releasing an endless amount of pressure, reaching the heavens and earth, extremely terrifying. But Long Fei didn't react at all. He was crazy? Does Long Fei care? Non-existent. He was crazy, and Long Fei was even more crazy. No matter how amazing a person was in front of Long Fei would not be afraid. When he was weak, he dared to go all out against the Emperor Xian. He risked his life time and time again to fight to the end. By now, was there even a need to be afraid of dominating the all-world? Impossible. No matter how arrogant he was, in Long Fei's eyes, he was nothing more than a clown trying to attract attention. With that thought, Long Fei immediately said, "Back then, that's what the god of boundary of myriad life said as well. That's why he died." Very direct, very domineering. No matter how much you try to act cool, you will still die in the end. Long Fei, you are too arrogant. Do you think I am that brainless 10,000 beasts? I have already thoroughly researched it. Your strongest point is your physical body's strength. If you discard the power of your physical body, your own strength will be trash. It's useless. The reason why you were able to kill 10,000 beasts was also because the power of your fleshly body was not suppressed by the rules. That's why you were able to kill 10,000 beasts. Then I'll just use my absolute strength. How are you going to defend against me? The god of boundary of the Big Dipper said coldly, with a face that seemed to have seen through Long Fei. Long Fei's eyes moved as he looked at the Big Dipper god of boundary. A little. Who would have thought that in the eyes of an outsider, what he relied on was the strength of his fleshly body? However, although his physical body was strong, his true trump card had nothing to do with his physical body. For a moment, Long Fei looked at the Big Dipper god of boundary and smiled. It was also at this time that the god of boundary of the Big Dipper seemed to lose its patience. "Little bastard, go and die." Boom. Asterisk, he punched out. The Big Dipper diagram instantly evolved, and the 7 figures simultaneously threw out a punch. Rumble. Rumble. Under this fist, a monstrous power gathered. 8 fist shadows shrouded this entire space, as if they were going to destroy the heaven and earth. They were extremely powerful. In the center of this power, Long Fei's gaze at this moment also felt a chill. A light flashed in his eyes as he threw out a backhand punch. Invincible punch. He bellowed. The power of his entire body surged wildly. With his fist in the air, all of his strength lost its luster in that instant. The instant Long Fei's fist struck towards the sky, the power of the Big Dipper god of boundary was immediately suppressed. Puff, puff, puff. One strike to destroy all technique. Even if the power of the god of boundary of the Big Dipper mobilized the power of the Big Dipper, it was nothing compared to Long Fei's methods. With a punch, the Northern Dipper net instantly dimmed. Above the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, the 7 illusory figures instantly collapsed. Pft. F. You! The Big Dipper god of boundary's body was sent flying by Long Fei's punch. His entire body was releasing a violent aura, his face was pale green as he spat out a mouthful of blood, which turned red and white. Even his internal organs had been smashed apart by Long Fei. What? Come on, aren't you going to show me the power of a super strong world? All beasts are idiots, and you are even King stupid. Long Fei said proudly. They couldn't withstand a single blow. If he was like the 10,000 beast god of boundary and used the power of laws from the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper, Long Fei might even have a headache. Without the second blade of the god of boundary, perhaps only the hand of the Great Way would be able to face the power of laws. But of course, the god of boundary of the Big Dipper was arrogant, and wanted to use its absolute power to suppress him. Long Fei, who had the strongest fleshly body, what was there to fear? Comparing strength? I'll punch you. And at this time, the god of boundary of the Big Dipper was stunned. With a face full of regret, his gaze kept changing. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. The power he had fused with the power of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper could be considered a peak existence even in the super-strong world. The myriad realms didn't dare to fight back. They directly took control of a region. Therefore, it was precisely because of this power that he ignored Long Fei. However, he never would have thought that. One punch, just one punch, the power that he was so proud of had directly turned into a joke. It was directly shattered by Long Fei's fist. Even he was unable to gather his strength now. Long Fei, don't be too pleased with yourself. If this Duke uses the power of the laws of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper, I can still suppress you, the god of boundary of the Big Dipper said. His tone was solemn, but in Long Fei's opinion it was just a feint. Pretend. Continue acting, Long Fei said. Long Fei himself did not know how terrifying the power behind his punch was. Even if he was unable to instantly kill this Big Dipper god of boundary, Long Fei believed that his opponent was definitely not far from death. After all, he was a player, and the god of boundary of the Big Dipper was a super monster. Yes, it was a super monster. Originally, he was at the first level of god of boundary with 10,000 beasts. In terms of cultivation, it was even stronger than the 10,000 beasts god of boundary. But the only difference now was that Long Fei had leveled up. Moreover, the system was suppressing him now. The reason why the level of monsters was changed was to restrict Long Fei from leveling up. Therefore, the god of boundary of the Big Dipper was now a monster. It could not even be considered a boss. Since it wasn't a boss, it naturally didn't have a boss aura. Therefore, under Long Fei's punch, the blood stripes on the top of the god of boundary dropped straight down. A drop of blood. Only a drop of blood remained. As long as Long Fei spread the power of his flesh out, he could instantly kill him. In other words, the current god of boundary of the Big Dipper was already at the brink of death. However, he was still pretending to be deep. How could Long Fei endure this? You only have one breath left. You don't need to do anything. It's just the two of them. Any one of them can kill you. What do you think you're pretending for? Long Fei coldly said as he disdained. Just as he said that, both Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanxiu's faces revealed killing intent as they were eager to give it a try. This time, the god of boundary of the Big Dipper was terrified. Submit in a second. No, Long Fei, don't kill me. I was also forced to do this. It was all because of that old man Zhou, who said that you had the big secret of the ancient world on you. Yes, I also know that the star demon god of boundary has already been set up an inescapable net, waiting for your arrival. If you bring me along, my laws of the Big Dipper will just so happen to be able to restrain his stellar array. The god of boundary of the Big Dipper begged for mercy crazily. However, it was useless to Long Fei. Long Fei only glanced at them indifferently before saying, "Explode." To make Long Fei show mercy to a monster? To make Long Fei show mercy to a monster? It doesn't exist. Furthermore, it was impossible to refuse someone sending their head away like that. For a moment, a game word flashed through Long Fei's mind. Report the location of the Big Dipper and send a man with 1,000 miles of head. This point was simply too appropriate. In fact, even though he had teleported through the wrong space and landed in the meteor world, he was still unable to escape the Big Dipper's pursuit. How could Long Fei not live up to his wish? Boom. Long Fei's aura shook and his gaze focused. He vented the power of his physical body and directly wiped out the last drop of blood from the Big Dipper god of boundary. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying back-to-back god of boundary. You have gained 100 million EXP, 100 million holy source points, and 1 striking value point. The system's voice sounded out. Long Fei instantly fell silent. As expected, the experience was suppressed. If you put it before, system. F***CK, even if it isn't a boss, it should be a monster. Its cultivation is so much higher than mine, so why are we so lacking in experience? I have clearly used my strongest physical body's power, okay. You're directly wiping out an experience of the level of a super monster. Can you still consider my experience? Long Fei secretly cursed in his heart. Completely unacceptable. He had been planning on slaughtering his way through this world to destroy it. His level immediately soared several levels. However, he did not expect the system to push him all the way to the end. If even someone at the level of the god of boundary of the Big Dipper could only give 100 million experience, then the remaining god of boundary would be completely gone. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy Long Fei became. Berserk! Berserk! Long Fei said with a face full of resentment. Ding! Player has successfully activated Berserk. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining the Big Dipper chart. Ding! Congratulations player on obtaining 7-star fist. Do you wish to learn it? The system prompted. Cultivate. Long Fei said directly. Long Fei had already seen the 7-star fist. It was connected to the Big Dipper diagram and used the power of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper. Extremely terrifying. This punch was more powerful and invincible than the one he had just used. Long Fei simply could not refuse. Because with the increase of his strength, many methods could no longer keep up with his cultivation. Currently, other than the Great Way of the Gods, the Blade of the God of Boundary, and the 9 strikes of Falling Deep Sword that had just burst out, Long Fei could only use one punch to become invincible. However, a single punch was unrivaled. After all, it was purely based on the strength of the physical body. Didn't feel the least bit good about it. It could be said that this power was exactly what Long Fei wanted. Swish! With a flash of light, Long Fei immediately succeeded in his cultivation. Ding! Congratulations player on successfully cultivating it. When the system's voice fell, Long Fei felt that both of his hands were filled with boundless explosive power, especially the moment when he connected with the Big Dipper diagram. He could feel his power instantly increase by 100 times. It was as if the world could no longer withstand its own strength. Damn! The power of the 10,000 worlds of the Northern Dipper, is this amazing? Why is the god of boundary of the Big Dipper such trash? Long Fei was startled. This power was too powerful, and was not on the same level as the Big Dipper god of boundary. But after a moment, Long Fei's gaze directly swept over the Big Dipper diagram, and he finally saw the essence. At this moment, on the Big Dipper diagram, the person who was condensed on top of each star was none other than himself. This was to say that it meant all 8 of them had punched at the same time. That's amazing. I'm afraid even the person from the noble world would not be able to withstand this fist strike, right? And that woman, so what if she is a goddess? If we are to be able to see it, we shall see who is stronger. Instantly, Long Fei's heart surged. He was close to shouting out, "Who else is there?" Of course, Long Fei's line of sight had never left the condensing of the teleportation gate. So far, it was only 80%. But the speed was getting slower and slower. Although Long Fei was anxious in his heart, he could do nothing about it. And at this time, in the Star Demon realm, in front of the Stellar Palace, countless people had already gathered. Under the Star Demon realm, the people from the 10,000 realms had all arrived. Other than the god of boundary of the myriad realms, there were also a few experts from various realms. All of them were from Star Condensation Demon realm. This time, they had naturally received the Star Demon God of Boundary's call to come and celebrate together as they waited for Long Fei to be killed. What a grand formation! Let us from the myriad realms come and see the death of one of them. Even if he dies, he'll be able to be proud of himself. He's just a traitor, it's not worth dying for. Yeah, for a small traitor to be able to die slowly in front of the knowledge of tens of thousands of us, it can also be considered a special honor. Beneath the Star Demon, the god of boundary of 10,000 realms was lively and jovial. Now, they didn't even have to face each other to the point of death. This was because, as long as Long Fei died, their star demon realm and the rest of the 10,000 realms would immediately level up. They didn't even need to fight to be able to stay safe. Thus, right now, they were extremely close to each other, as if they were friends. It could be said that compared to the people of the other myriad worlds, they were already a level above everyone else. It was also at this moment that the silhouette of the star demon, god of boundary, suddenly walked out from the stellar palace. "Greetings, Master God of Boundary!" Everyone shouted out. It was an incomparably reverent worship. In their eyes, the star demon god of boundary was a godlike existence. The star demon god of boundary waved his hands, showing a look of arrogance. "Very good, it won't be long before all of you advance and become the strongest realm under the super strong world." The star demon god of boundary said. "Ha ha, Lord God of Boundary is truly amazing. Capture the relatives of that traitor and have him fall into our trap. Right, as long as that traitor dies, we can advance. It's all because of you that I relied on you. Ha ha, geniuses are the most awesome. What 10,000 beast world? What Big Dipper world? They're all trash." The people from the myriad worlds said. At this moment, the people from the other super strong realms were also following behind the star demon god of boundary. He was extremely unwilling. However, there was nothing he could do, because the star demon god of boundary was really the heavens. Here, he was the only true god. How could they dare to say half a word of no? Ha ha ha, well said. I am the true god of this place. I am the hegemon. Any disobedience will be crushed into dust in front of me. The star demon god of boundary said, arrogant to the extreme. And at this moment, in a corner of the stellar palace, two figures were concealed within. It was none other than Ye and Hongchuya. At this moment, they had already blended into the crowd, wanting to make a move in secret. Of course, Hongchuya wanted to do it alone and wouldn't let Ye take the risk. He had already linked the other shore boat to Ye's body. "Big sister, no, please no. You're not their match at all," he begged. But how could she be a match for Hongchuya? She couldn't break free at all. "Ya, be good. Be obedient, now is the time for them to be most proud of themselves. All I want is to once again kill them. As long as we kill the star demon god of boundary, everything will be enough." Hongchuya's face was filled with determination as he spoke in a trembling voice. However, she still had a pleading look on her face. It was filled with bitterness. The tears of despair had washed her tender cheeks. She wanted to break free from her control and stop Hongchuya from attacking. However, Hongchuya was too determined, and no one could stop him. This was because since they had descended upon the star demon realm, Hongchuya had already come up with such a plan. "Ya, be good. As long as we are alive, there is hope. But I have to take action. They are all Long Fei's brothers. I absolutely cannot watch helplessly as they are tortured like this," Hongchuya said with a grim smile. After which, he turned around and continued to hide, staring in the direction of the stellar palace. And at this moment, several silhouettes could be seen hovering in the air above the star palace. At this moment, he also began to howl crazily. "Star demon god of boundary, you dog. You think you can use us to lure our boss. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed." Liuanba angrily opened his eyes. He was extremely crazed. But at this time, the star demon god of boundary began to laugh loudly. "Ha ha ha, die. Do you think you can still control your life and death right now? You overconfident dog. Star flame, burn it!" The star demon, god of boundary, roared. As his voice faded, an incomparably gigantic star demon roared hysterically. Blood began to flow out of his eyes. Extremely unwilling, however, he had no way of controlling it. It was as if the power of the star demon god of boundary had already been instilled into his soul. As long as it was a command from the star demon god of boundary, he could not reject it. Thus, amidst constant roars, the star demon spouted out mouthfuls of star flame, burning Li Yuanba and the rest's bodies. Ryuumblel. The void surged as the power of the astral fire illuminated the world, turning the entire space a fiery red. However, at this time, Li Yuanba and the others did not make a sound. Even if it was the flames of the stars, their souls would still feel searing pain. They all felt that it was better to die than to live. Thus, they gritted their teeth and persevered. This was because they knew who this star demon in front of them was. There was even a smile on their faces. Little Woody, don't struggle. It's fine. Use your strongest power to burn us all. Then you will live well. When the boss arrives, he will definitely save you. The skin all over Li Yuanba's body had been burnt, flesh rolling and black and red. However, he still endured the pain and spoke with a smile. Right, little unrivaled, don't struggle. We can endure this little bit of pain. Yes, as long as you are safe and sound, it will be fine. And don't cry. Your father is an unrivaled existence who roamed the world. Your name is Little Unrivaled, how can you cry? Ha ha ha, Little Unrivaled, we're fine. Suddenly Zhang Yu, Li Wuxin, Tianling, Lin Yuxing and the rest all spoke up. They kept comforting Unrivaled Super Hottie because they didn't want to burden him with the power of the star demon god of boundary. At this moment, they were still thinking for Little Unrivaled. They could die, but Little Unrivaled could not be harmed. It was simply because he was Long Fei's son. And Long Fei was their boss. That was enough. And at this moment, the entire space was bursting with laughter. Ha ha ha, this is the son of that traitor? Ha ha ha, your own people killed your own people. Awesome. Master God of Boundary, such a good move. This is going to be a good show. The people of the myriad realms all laughed wildly, their eyes filled with scorn and complacency. It was impossible to suppress, because the more miserable Long Fei's brothers were, the further away they would be from success. As for whether Long Fei would come or not, they never think about it, because as long as these people were here, they weren't afraid that Long Fei wouldn't come. Furthermore, they had already learnt about Long Fei's temperament from the state magistrate and refused to believe that Long Fei would give up on his brothers and sons. The star demon, god of boundary, had a hint of malice on his face as he coldly said, "Hee, is this uncle and nephew's relationship deep? All right, then I shall add fuel to the fire and see how deeply you guys love each other." Star demon sound. Rumble. The star demon, god of boundary, roared. Rumble. Rumble. Instantly, in the endless void, the light of the mother planet of the star demon world abruptly shone down. You want to die? Then let me see how much you can bear. Star demon 10,000 worlds, listen up. Now, under the starlight, you all can control this beast. I'd like to see how many times they can withstand the attacks of the astral flames. The star demon god of boundary said coldly. All of a sudden, 10,000 worlds began to surge. This kind of power was something that they dreamed of. Immediately, one of them stood out and lashed out with the starlight in his hand that turned into a whip. Pow! A whip strike landed on the body of the star demon floating in the air. Roar! A hysterical roar. It was as if someone had torn it apart, causing everyone's soul to tremble. Star demon god of boundary, you son of a bitch. If you dare to target us, what's wrong with dealing with a child? F***ck your ancestors. Li Yuanba went crazy as he struggled madly. The stellar chains had left gashes of blood all over his body. But it did not stop. Ha ha, what, are you angry? This is exactly what I want. Come on, aren't we in love? It doesn't matter if I die, right? Didn't I say that I didn't want to injure him? Then I'm afraid that I must let the people from the 10,000 worlds come and hurt him and humiliate him. How is it? Satisfying? Ha ha! The star demon, god of boundary, laughed loudly as a trace of malevolence flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked at the people from the 10,000 worlds. Come on, don't stop, let me control them one by one. Whoever can kill this beast, let it break through the control of the stars and unleash its source energy. I will directly replace the 10,000 beasts world and become the 10th super strong world. The star demon god of boundary said. His face was filled with greed. Many god of boundary-s were puzzled, but facing such an opportunity, who would want to give it up? It was a super strong world. This part-time job was a fatal temptation. Haha, let me do it. Pow. Another god of boundary struck. Pa pa pa. Clap clap. One by one. Whip after whip. In the blink of an eye, the body of the star demon that little unrivaled had transformed into was riddled with wounds. Liu Enba and the rest also roared, all of them frantically struggling to break free from the control of the star chains. However, there was nothing he could do at all. He could only watch as the all-world began to humiliate him. Right, it was an insult. Their hearts were bleeding, and they wished they could break free and take responsibility for little unrivaled. However, the stellar chains were firmly locking them in place. At this time, in the void, Hong Autumnleaf's face was also covered in tears. She saw all of this and heard it in her heart. He couldn't bear it even if he was here. Roar. With a flip of her hand, she pulled out her sword and slashed out into the darkness. Who dares to hurt him? Die. A sword attack. A sword attack. The sword split the air and swept towards them. Pa 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 pa. Countless star demon god of boundary-s were directly killed by Hong Chuye's sword. In the middle of the air. At this instant, the people from the 10,000 worlds also reacted. Killers! It's not an assassin, it should be his accomplice. Seeing us humiliating them like this, he couldn't take it anymore and jumped out on his own accord. You dare be so arrogant just by yourself? The crowd looked at Hong Chuye in the air with unfriendly eyes. Ha ha ha, as expected, you guys are hiding in my star demon realm. Do you think I can't feel anything? If you hadn't treated them like this, would you have shown up? Unfortunately, only one came. The star demon god of boundary said. It was as if everything was under his control. Below the stage, the people from the 10,000 worlds star demon were suddenly enlightened. So that's the case. So Lord already knew that they had this sort of arrangement. Kneeling. This should be that traitor's woman. Her looks are indeed extraordinary. I don't know. Ha ha ha, then we'll have to let you go first, my lord. However, this is indeed the first time it has happened since ancient times in front of tens of thousands of people. Countless lustful voices appeared, reflecting the light in their eyes. They looked at Hong and Autumnleaf, all of them ready to make a move. At this time, the star demon, god of boundary, had a face full of desire. It looked at Hong Chuye and its tip drew across its lips, appearing extremely lustful. Ha ha, you're right. If I were to come here in front of so many people, I don't believe that Long Fei would be able to endure it. Moreover, this woman is so beautiful, much stronger than the women of my star demon world. How can a trash like Long Fei be worthy of such a perfect woman? Only I have the right to have it. The star demon, god of boundary, looked at Hong Chuye greedily. Evil and the king of desire. However, Hong Chuye's face was ice-cold, and he was standing straight with his sword raised. He paid no heed to their gazes and words. There was only one word in her heart, kill. At this moment, she was completely filled with killing intent. He no longer cared about his own life or death. She only knew that if Long Fei was here, even if he had to fight with his life on the line, he definitely wouldn't let little unrivaled be injured and his own brothers be humiliated. And she was Long Fei's woman, that was enough. And this time, Li Yuanba and the rest were even more crazy. The moment Hong and Autumnleaf appeared, they truly went crazy. He desperately wanted to break free. Eldest sis, let's go. This is their plot. Don't be fooled, let's go. The few of them roared in madness. His eyes were filled with blood and tears. He was going crazy. At this moment they hated themselves. If it wasn't for them looking down on others too much, this situation wouldn't have happened. Little Unrivaled had been framed, and they had been trapped deep within the prison. Now that even Hong and Autumn Leaf had appeared, trapped under the watchful eyes of everyone, the result would definitely not be any good. This was a fatal blow to them. What was even more painful was that they could only watch helplessly as it happened. Eldest sister-in-law. Let's go, let's go. Don't worry about us. Let's go. The cries were like blood. They were weak, mixed with grief and indignation, and painful, yet imploring. However, at this time, the star demon god of boundary snorted coldly. Go! Now that it has come to this, you still want to leave? Impossible! Moreover, I don't believe that only one person would come. Come on, whoever captures this woman will become the second person after me to possess her. The star demon god of boundary said. However, this sentence immediately aroused the desire of these people. All of them looked at Hong Chiuye with guarded gazes. Ha ha ha, Master God of Boundary has already spoken, what are we waiting for? Such a perfect woman, we haven't even enjoyed ourselves before. Capture him, everyone will have a share. Ha ha ha, I am getting a bit impatient now. Go. Instantly, the sky was filled with flying figures. In the blink of an eye, all the God of Boundary from the 10,000 realms below the star demon took action. This was because they knew very well in their hearts that this was the sign of achievement. Moreover, Hong Yi was too beautiful, and it was even a God of Boundary. Shwa shwa shwa. In that instant, countless strands of energy burst forth. A wave of energy swept through the void in the direction of Hong Yi. At this moment, Hong Yi raised the longsword in his hand. His eyes were filled with determination. Yang God's sword, light of destiny, chop. A sword slashed through the air. Hong Chiuye brandished the sword brazenly. She had no way out. Even if it was 10,000 people, she could only act. Boom! Sword light wreaked havoc, and under this sword, Hong Chiuye's strength directly reached its limit. However, this power was not aimed at the people from the myriad realms, but at the star demon god of boundary. This was the only target she had. As long as he killed the culprit, everything would be settled. The power that was binding Li Yuanba and the rest would disappear. Little Unrivaled will return to normal. It will all be over. Rumble. Rumble. It was also at this time that the power of the god of boundary of the star demon myriad realm erupted, sweeping across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was drowned within. Hong and Autumn Leaf's figures also instantly disappeared into the void. It was directly swallowed up by the surging waves of power. No! Eldest sister-in-law! You bunch of dog creatures, if you have the guts then let me go, I'll fight you. Anger, madness, hysteria. This scene immediately made Li Yuanba and the others feel as if they had gone mad. However, it was completely useless. Countless star chains stubbornly pierced through their defenses, locking them in place. Even if he struggled, it was all in vain. Roar! The star demon transformed by Little Unrivaled also roared. His whole body seemed to be twitching, as blood flowed unceasingly from his eyes. Although he was controlled by the star demon god of boundary, his consciousness still belonged to him. At this moment, seeing Hong Chiuye being flooded by the power of the 10,000 world god of boundary, his heart ached. It was also at this time that the star demon god of boundary began to laugh loudly. Kill me? You want to kill me with just this little bit of cultivation? You overestimate yourself. I don't need to do anything, these people can take you down. The star demon god of boundary said indifferently, its tone incomparably cold. His eyes were filled with endless contempt. The 10,000 world god of boundary also burst into laughter. Ha ha, what can a woman do? However, my lord, rest assured. When we attack, we will be able to suppress him and at most, heavily injure him. We will absolutely not kill him. After all, it would be too much of a loss to kill such a beautiful woman. Ha ha ha! In the void above, a wild, arrogant, lascivious laughter rang out. However, amidst their laughter, an ice-cold voice came out from the void. A group of perverts. Even if I were to die in battle today, I will not allow your scheme to succeed. Yang God's sword, the skill of karmic luck. Sun God / kill. Hong Chiuye's voice sounded out coldly. Hong Chiuye's voice sounded out coldly. He was incomparably resolute, as if he had the will to die. Swish! As Hong Ye's voice rang out, a sword light suddenly appeared. Shwa shwa shwa! This sword contained boundless light and surged with unparalleled power. There was also the boundless power of destiny, surging between the heavens and earth. Ruyawambombo! The power of destiny was incomparably violent as it swept towards him, and in the blink of an eye, the power of the 10,000 worlds god of boundary was directly impacted. To form a posture of rivalry. At the same time, Hong Chiuye also drew himself out, throwing out a sword and stabbing towards the void. Whoosh! Hong Chiuye's figure soared into the sky, flames shooting out explosively, and sword intent soaring into the heavens. The sharp will of slaughter rubbed against the void, burning the void. It was as though at this moment Hong Chiuye was the longsword, and she was the longsword. One with the sword. If Oya were here, she would be amazed. This was because the current Hong Chiuye was truly exerting the sword's strength to the extreme. Even she was somewhat inferior. On the other side, the expression in the star demon god of boundary changed slightly as well. The power of a world? I didn't expect the sun god world to have such a method. To use the body of the god of boundary to refine a realm into a sword? Interesting. The star demon god of boundary said indifferently, pointing towards the sky. Immediately, tens of thousands of stars appeared in the sky. Shwa shwa shwa. Countless stars shone brightly in the sky. However, that's all. Even if that old thing is locked in the star cage, with your strength, what do you think he's worth? Meteorite. The star demon, god of boundary, had a disdainful look in its eyes as its lips slightly parted. Boom! Suddenly, from the 10,000 stars in the sky, a star suddenly fell. It shattered the void and then descended. Boom! The falling stars crashed into the sword light around Hong Chiuye's body. Rumble. Then, a thunderous sound echoed. So. Countless sword lights wreaked havoc at this moment, spinning through the void as if they wanted to cut this star into pieces. But the stars were so vast that even Hong Chiuye, who was now one with the sword, and who had used the Yang God world's experience to combine himself into a single sword, seemed insignificant in the face of this kind of power. In just a short period of time, his sword's strength had become somewhat insufficient. However, the energy of this star was still incomparably surging. No. Power of karmic luck. Freeze. Hong Chiuye was extremely indignant. A battle soaked in blood. At this moment, her blue gown was already stained with blood, but her eyes were still filled with unwillingness. He wanted to use his strength to condense another sword strike. However, it was not enough, and at this time, the star demon god of boundary moved. In a single step, it crossed the starry sky and arrived beside Hong Chiuye. You are quite stubborn? But without power, no matter how stubborn he is, he's still just an ant. Let me suppress it. The star demon, god of boundary, roared and struck out with its palm. The entire falling star began to be annihilated. However, when he absorbed that surge of power, he ignored it completely. An extremely powerful aura also gradually burst forth from his palm. Apparently, one of his palms was a planet. It was incomparably terrifying. Following that, the star demon god of boundary suddenly made its move. A palm descended, directly annihilating the remnants of the sword intent in the air. Come on, struggle? Didn't you want to kill me? This reputed one is waiting for you here. Do you still dare to draw your sword? Can I still use my sword? TSK, my meridians are about to break and you still want to kill me? Do you have the qualifications to do so? The star demon god of boundary said. Hong Chuya looked angrily at the star demon, his hands trembling, as he once again raised his sword. At this time, she was powerless to unleash her sword, just as the star demon god of boundary had said. All the meridians in her body were on the verge of collapse after slashing out that sword. She had no strength left at all. However, Hong Chuya continued to insist on raising his longsword. He turned to his heart. He had already decided to end his own life. In the next moment, Hong Autumn Leaf's eyes looked towards the void, as if she was waiting for something to happen. Finally, with a sad smile, he said, I'm sorry, husband. I didn't protect them. However, I will absolutely not allow them to tarnish me in the slightest. As Hong Chuya spoke in his heart, he suddenly brandished his sword. However, right at this moment, on the other hand, the star demon god of boundary moved. It waved both of its hands and a star light flashed, directly turning into a chain and sweeping away the long sword in Hong Chuya's hands. You want to die? For the woman I like, even if you want to die, you have to ask me if I agree. The star demon god of boundary said. As he spoke, his body moved forward step by step. He reached out his hands and was about to pull Hong Chuya into his embrace. Hong Chuya's eyes were filled with incomparable rage. One despair after another, tears also flowed down from the corners of his eyes. However, he was completely powerless. No, Long Fei, where are you? Help me! Help me! In an instant, Hong Chuya's heart collapsed. She was not afraid of death, but what she was most afraid of was being humiliated by others, making Long Fei feel ashamed. Haha, Long Fei? I wonder where that little beast is hiding now. You still expect him to come here? Don't even think about it, he doesn't dare. Besides, no one can save you. The star demon, god of boundary, had a sinister smile. With a sudden movement, he grabbed at Hong Chuya once more. However, suddenly, the expression on the face of the star demon, god of boundary, changed. There's still someone else? The expression on the star demon god of boundary turned cold. Gloomily. It was as if the duck he had obtained had flown away. And at this time, the space in front of Hong Chuya fluctuated, and countless ripples vibrated, as if it were distorted. Hubby, is that you? Hong Yi looked over with hope in his eyes. Autumn Leaf, hurry up and leave. Hong Chuya brought her along quietly, his heart fantasizing about whether Long Fei had come. However, he was interrupted by a tender shout. Immediately after, a figure walked out from the space in front of him, grabbed Hong Chuya and disappeared into the distortion again. It was none other than Yu Rou. Not only him, but also Aoya and Lu Luoshi. The three of them had long since guessed what Hong Chuya was planning, so they left it to Yu Rou to continue speculating. Originally, he wanted to make use of this opportunity to give the star demon, the god of boundary, a fatal blow. However, the star demon god of boundary was too strong, it was not something they could handle. He could only abandon his plan and save Hong Chuya. However, the star demon god of boundary did not move, as if it did not care at all. When the distorted space in front of them disappeared, there was no longer any trace of Hong Chuya and the others. Only then did the star demon god of boundary raise its head, as the corners of its mouth curled into a cold smile. Do you think you can leave just like that? Originally, if you didn't move, it would have been difficult for me to discover you. But it just isn't right. It's too late to run now. Astral formation, appear. Swish. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of stars began to shine, and the void started to collapse. In the sky, the figures of Hong Chiuye and the others were locked down by the stars. In the sky, the figures of Hong Chiuye and the others were locked down by the stars. Previously, the power of just one star had already caused Hong Chiuye's world sword to collapse. What's more, it was the power of over 10,000 stars. In just a split second, their bodies began to bend under this power. Kacha, Kacha. At this time, the heavenly shifting secret realm had collapsed. It couldn't withstand the power of this star and directly exploded in the void. Pfft. Uro spat out a mouthful of blood, her soul suffering a backlash. Because the sky spill mystic realm was the foundation of his strength. Now that the mystic realm had collapsed, she was naturally affected by it. Ha ha ha, 4? No, there's another little guy. Are all 5 of them here? TSK for human characters. This time, it really wasn't a loss. I really don't know what virtue or ability that little bastard has to be able to have so many beauties. However, his good fortune has finally come to an end, because his women will all become my forbidden women. Ha ha! The star demon god of boundary laughed wildly and was extremely proud of itself. Looking at the few that were suppressed by the astral energy, Qin Wentian felt incomparably carefree in his heart. At this time, Lu Luoxi and the others were also shouldering an extremely heavy pressure from the stars. Other than Lu Luoxi and Aoya, the other 3 were all severely injured. Under this pressure, all of their minds were being tormented by pain, as if their souls were about to be penetrated by this star's power. They were all curled up in a corner, suffering in pain. Endure it. Furthermore, although Lu Luoxi and Yu Yang were not injured at the moment, their own strength had been completely suppressed by the power. Moreover, they must stand up for him. Standing in front of Hong Chiuye and the others. Purple stars swirl, shine upon the world. Lu Luoxi said in a deep voice. Mad to control his own strength. Boom! Soon after, a purple starlight converged from the void. It enveloped Lu Luoxi and the others. This way, the pressure of this star was greatly reduced. Below, the expression on the star demon god of boundary changed drastically. Looking at the purple glow in front of him, his face was filled with yearning and his eyes shone brightly, as if he was a person who was extremely thirsty and had seen a naked beauty. His eyes were full of greed. You actually have the power of the ancient world's human king on your body? Haha, that's right, and I even thought that your powers were very familiar just now. So it turns out that you guys are actually the inheritances of those people from the ancient world. Ha ha ha, what an unexpected surprise. It is fitting for me to rise up. After obtaining this power, in this place where 10,000 worlds intersect, who will be my match? The star demon, god of boundary, laughed maniacally. In the next moment, his entire body appeared in the air. He transformed into a monstrous star demon, blocking the entire sky. Even the astral array was swallowed into its stomach. Ha ha ha, mine, it's all mine. Immeasurable star demon, swallow it. The star demon god of boundary bellowed, opened its big, bloody mouth, and directly swallowed towards Lu Luoxi and the others. In an instant, an enormous devouring force came from the star demon transformed from the star demon god of boundary. Lu Luoxi's boundless purple light was immediately devoured. Lu Luoxi's entire being also weakened at this moment. It was not only him. The power from Yu Rou, Little Ya, Aoya, and Hong Chiuye's bodies were also being continuously devoured. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10% of their cultivation bases had been devoured. Especially Hong Chiuye, who was currently in an even worse state. Originally, she was already severely injured. Now that he was engulfed by the devouring force, his cultivation was reduced by half. Ha ha ha, perfect. What a delicious power, what a joke, that Long Fei, guarding the treasure mountain while unaware. Ha ha, get your strength. That voice is finally going to appear one by one in my hand. At that time, I will be the #1 figure. The star demon, god of boundary, laughed arrogantly. It was incomparably savage. At this time, the people from the myriad worlds below also had envious looks on their faces. Lord's aura is constantly increasing. Haha, Forbidden Zone? Could these people be related to the Forbidden Area? Haha, if the Forbidden Zone were to appear and Lord were to obtain its power, then we, the 10,000 Worlds Star Demon, would truly be able to dominate the entire universe. One after another, voices came out from the 10,000 Worlds God of Boundary. They were incomparably excited and excited. To them, the most important thing in this 10,000 Worlds world was the ranking of the world. This was because the higher one's ranking was, the more power one would receive. To enslave more worlds. And now, if the Star Demon God of Boundary was able to obtain that power, it would be possible for it to be revered. As a result, the longer they stayed together, the higher their position rose. As such, they were unable to suppress the agitation in their hearts, and they started to laugh maniacally. On the other hand, it was opposite. The rest of the strong worlds all had bitter expressions on their faces. The stronger the Star Demon God of Boundary, the more fear they felt in their hearts. Terrifying. This time, no one can stop the Star Demon God of Boundary. This is too terrifying. The Star Demon God of Boundary's ambition is too great. It actually wants to claim the title of Emperor. This is simply insane. Aren't you afraid of being suppressed by Master Rin? It's hard to say. If he really opened up the Forbidden Zone before the civilization, he might really have the ability to fight Master Zhou. The few of them exchanged mental messages, not daring to reveal too much. Looking at the sky, the Star Demon God of Boundary frantically devoured everything it saw. Their heads slowly lowered. But, right at this moment, a furious roar suddenly sounded out in the entire space. It was as though their guts had been cut off, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Roar. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble. A series of loud booms rang out, as if they were trampling the starry sky. Roar. All that could be seen was the Star Demon that Little Unrivaled had transformed into, crazily shooting into the sky, violently smashing towards the Star Demon which was transformed from the Star Demon God of Boundary. You little bastard, you actually want to disobey me? Get out of my way. The Star Demon God of Boundary suddenly opened its mouth, and then a tentacle descended. The silhouette of the Star Demon that Little Unrivaled transformed into was instantly blasted away. Boom. Asterisk boom. 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 Bang. 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 Countless star buildings were smashed apart. The Star Demon transformed by Little Unrivaled also fell to the ground. He panted heavily. He was on the verge of death. Invincible. Little Woody. Liyuanba and the rest roared in pain. However, this sound had also caught Lu Luoxi's attention. Instantly, Lu Luoxi's heart trembled as he looked at the Star Demon form of Little Unrivaled. And then, tears streamed down his cheek. No. My son. Long Fei, where are you? Quickly come and save us. Save Unrivaled. Save our child. Lu Luoxi's mind was stirred. He looked down at the dying Star Demon, and his entire being was filled with grief. He completely ignored the devouring power of the Star Demon God of Boundary as he walked step by step towards the little invincible girl. The stellar demon that Little Unrivaled had transformed into had also gotten up with great difficulty, wanting to rush over. However, there was nothing he could do. After he got up, he fell down again. Roar. Little Unrivaled let out a mournful cry. My invincibility! Lu Luoxi screamed at the top of his lungs. The entire scene was completely shocking. In that instant, everything in the starry sky seemed to have vanished. In that instant, everything in the starry sky seemed to have vanished. He sank into the endless darkness. A human and a demon became a scene of solitude. Everyone's minds were stirred. The purple light around Lu Luoxi disappeared, and any power of devouring was applied to his body. All the strength in his body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye and was completely devoured by the star demon in the sky. But Luluashi didn't feel it at all. At this moment, her eyes were completely fixed on the little invincible star demon. He kept shaking his head. Tears kept flowing. Her hair was graying, her eyes were red, her eyes were bloodshot, and blood was trickling from her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. However, she didn't care about it at all. In her eyes there was only little unrivaled. Elder sister. Eldest sister-in-law. Son of a bitch. I'll kill you. The scene before them stung the hearts of Uro and the others. To them, they had experienced far too many life and death situations. But this time, it was the most dangerous. Especially for little unrivaled. It made them feel as if their hearts were being torn and their lungs were splitting apart. They couldn't bear it any longer. They were not afraid of death. What they were afraid of was, if they died, Long Fei would be alone in this world, facing it alone. Ha ha ha, such deep feelings, ah. Uncle and nephew were deeply in love before, but are mother and son now in love? How touching. Unfortunately, emotions are things that only trash possess. In the face of absolute power, all emotions are just a burden. As the star demon, god of boundary, said, the Tautai opened its huge mouth and crazily devoured. In the blink of an eye, all the energy from the few of them had been devoured by the star demon god of boundary. However, the star demon god of boundary still did not stop. The taste of marrow eating. Originally, he didn't think much of their cultivations. But now, after realizing the power that was contained within them was related to the 13 great emperors of the ancient world, they couldn't stop. Haha, and you guys. We can't let any of them go. I'll swallow it. The star demon god of boundary bellowed, and in the next moment, it swept towards Li Yuanba and the others. Boom! The devouring power swept out once again. And at this time, Li Yuanba and the others were already sealed by the star chains, without any resistance. Their power was directly devoured by the star demon god of boundary. At the same time, the aura of power on the star demon god of boundary underwent a myriad of changes in an instant, and instantly increased by more than one level. They were even more berserk. Ha ha ha, this power, it's actually such a strange power. It's all thanks to you guys. If you guys didn't come, then wouldn't I have missed out on a great opportunity? It's also all thanks to that traitor Long Fei, who is also a piece of trash. Otherwise, how would I have been able to obtain this kind of power? The star demon god of boundary laughed crazily. At this moment, he, who had just devoured their power, was satisfied. He then transformed back into his original form, soaring into the skies. At the same time, the tens of thousands of stars also disappeared. It was as if the stars were in his stomach. As for him, as long as he turned into a demon, he would be a part of this world. My lord, this is your destiny. Even the heavens must look down upon the world. To be able to follow an adult is truly our supreme honor. Lord, accept my knee. The god of boundary of the 10,000 realms of the star demon realm began to flatter. Then, they were subservient to the lecherous might of the star demon god of boundary. Now, he was even more determined. After all, the more powerful the star demon god of boundary was, the more likely they would advance by another step. The face of the star demon, god of boundary, lit up, becoming more and more pleased with itself. Incomparable arrogance! It was as if he was standing above the world, looking down on all living things. Haha, well said. However, we still have to wait for that little bastard to arrive. Didn't he come? Then I will spread this scene to all the heavens. I refuse to believe that you, little bastard, can still endure this. The star demon, god of boundary, had a crazed expression as a trace of gloominess flashed across his sinister eyes. After which, countless stellar stones appeared in his hands. On each and every one of them, there was a flash of light, imprinting the scene before their eyes onto it. Very quickly, all the astral stones had been filled up. As for the star demon god of boundary, it was still unsatisfied. It stood in the middle of the air, and with a flick of its finger, the astral energy once again entered the body of the star demon formed by little unrivaled. The wounds all over his body receded as he stood up. However, his eyes had already turned scarlet, as though he had lost all consciousness and was completely in the control of the star demon god of boundary. Long Fei, you little bastard. Do you see, this is your brother, your woman. They have all become useless people. Do you see this stellar demon? If you don't appear now, they will all be reduced to nothing more than an object wrapped around the stellar demon's stomach. The star demon god of boundary said word by word. And the final holographic figure was precisely the star demon form little unrivaled. After which, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the star demon, god of boundary, as it threw the endless amount of stellar stones into the air. And at this time, in the center of 10,000 worlds, above the Supreme Realm Temple, Zun Wang slowly stood up and looked in the direction of the star demon realm. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. Has the power of the ancient world appeared? Heh, star demon, oh star demon, are you planning to rebel now? However, it's about time for the forbidden area to appear. The people hiding in the darkness should also appear. With a casual wave of his hand, a stream of power pierced through the endless space. He took a star stone into his hand. Because, no matter how cocky the star demon god of boundary was, it did not dare let the ruler know. However, he had no idea how terrifying Honorable Zhou was. His arrogant posturing did not escape the eyes of the emperor. Long Fei? Forget it, it's time for them to take action. With that, the king turned around and returned to the shrine. Moments later, figures floated through the air and disappeared into the shrine. The scene changed again, and returned to Long Fei. At this time, Long Fei's entire person was crawling in the air. As if he was suffering from a heart-burning pain, his entire body was bent. On the side, Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu were dumbfounded. His face was filled with worry. They had never thought about what kind of pain such a powerful man would suffer to become like this. "My lord." Wang Yun wanted to say something but hesitated. He didn't dare to speak at all. Jiang Chuanqiu had a deep expression as well, and his eyes were incomparably deep as he looked at the Long Fei who was in incomparable pain. However, at that moment, a ray of light pierced through the starry sky. Suddenly, Long Fei's eyes moved, and caught the light ray in his hand. In the next moment, Long Fei's body immediately erupted with overflowing killing intent. Die! All of you die! System, hurry up! Long Fei roared. He was close to roaring. At that moment, the system's clear voice rang out. Ding, congratulations player, Portal 10,000 Worlds stars have been formed. Ding, target locking completed. Ding, transfer start. The system's voice sounded out. Long Fei, however, moved in an instant, and his entire body directly entered into the portal. Below them, Jiang Chuanqiu and Wang Yun did not dare to hesitate and immediately followed behind. The entire Star Demon realm was silent. The entire Star Demon realm was silent. After the Star Demon, god of boundary, threw out the stellar stone, he had returned to the front of the Star Palace. The 10,000 stars of the deity's Templar was like the descent of an emperor. At this time, in the air, Li Yuanba and the others had already fainted. Under the power of the star chains, each and every one of them was caught in the air. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As for Lu Luoxi and the rest, they were also imprisoned. The astral light from the constellations used the painting as a prison to enclose them in the void once more. Lord, I think that beast doesn't dare to come. Of course, just now, the Lord used his voice to transmit a shadow. A shadow might have scared the Lord out of his wit. He might already be searching for the star path and is preparing to take back the ancient world. A traitor not worth mentioning. The people from the star demon god of boundary all spoke out. They were already impatient from waiting. Her gaze at Luluashi and the others was full of lechery. Don't worry, I believe that little bastard will definitely appear. Moreover, he is also a world god of boundary. It is impossible for him to return at this time. I have already researched him. He will definitely appear. But don't worry. After you kill him, my previous words will still be effective. These women will be left for you to enjoy on a rotational basis. The star demon god of boundary said. After he finished speaking, the remaining star demon, 10,000 realms god of boundary, instantly became even more chaotic. It was as if they could vaguely see the scene of Long Fei being killed, and their star demon realm suddenly rising to prominence. Of course, even more gazes were fixed on Luluashi and the others, because right now Luluashi and the rest had lost all their cultivation, making them look really pitiful. This stimulated their beastly nature. Lord, we have nothing better to do right now. Why don't we let this little bastard have some fun? Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke. His eyes glowed. What fun? The star demon, god of boundary, asked. Don't they all care about this little beast? We might as well just let this little bastard swallow us one by one. If Long Fei was hiding in the void, I don't believe that he would really be able to endure it. Moreover, at that time, Long Fei would definitely hate this little bastard's star demon to the bones. The man spoke with a sinister look in his eyes, and as the sound of his voice faded, the star demon god of boundary immediately shot an appreciative glance at him. You're right. That's what I was thinking. I wonder what Long Fei's expression would be if he knew that he had personally killed his own son. Just thinking about this scene is exciting. The star demon god of boundary said. Then, with a flick of his right hand, a beam of starlight shot out from his hand. Whiz! It directly entered into the star demon form of Little Unrivaled. Roar! Immediately a roar sounded out. All of a sudden, the astral demon that Little Unrivaled had transformed into became incomparably violent. He spat out mouthful after mouthful of turbid breath. Dong! Every time he breathed out, Little Unrivaled took a step forward, causing the air to become unstable. Roar! With a roar, the star demon that was transformed by Little Unrivaled started puffing out angrily, breathing heavily as he looked at Li Yuanba. Ha ha ha, swallow him. That's right, just like that. Swallow him in one gulp. Swallow him, and you will know that they are all delicious. Ha ha ha. The people from the star demon realm were laughing non-stop. One wild and arrogant laughter after another echoed throughout the world. At this moment, even the void above him began to fluctuate, yet he didn't notice anything. Even the star demon god of boundary did not find anything abnormal. Seeing Little Unrivaled about to make a move, almost opening his big mouth, a sinister look flashed across his eyes. However, at this moment, the star demon that Little Unrivaled suddenly roared. The scarlet eyes continued to shift between each other. He kept stepping back. The face of the star demon, god of boundary, gradually darkened as he looked at Little Unparalleled. Little bastard, even now, you still dare to disobey my will? Don't want to swallow? Do you think you can take it? Don't worry. This is only the first one. All of them will become your food. Not a single one will be missing, including your mother. With that, the star demon god of boundary attacked once again. Yet another ray of starlight entered the little invincible body. Instantly, Little Unrivaled super hottie calmed down. Streaks of star patterns flashed all over his body. Roar! The little invincible star demon roared in anger as his eyes turned ice cold. As if he had truly turned into a mindless demon, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed Li Yuanba in one gulp. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. An explosion suddenly resounded through the air. The next moment, a beam of light descended from the sky. A punch landed on the body of the star demon that little unrivaled had transformed into. Roar! The little invincible star demon let out a sorrowful cry. Streams of star power were emitted from his body. His entire body fell heavily into the air. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixated on the space in front of them. He saw that the entire space was floating, and in the midst of the endless waves, a door slowly formed. A figure was already standing on top of it. Who else could it be other than Long Fei? At this time, Long Fei's face was cold and detached, his gaze sweeping down, and engravings one figure after another into his eyes. You all of you must die. He opened his mouth. It seemed to contain an incomparable hatred. However, the people from the 10,000 realms had no intention of getting scared. Instead, they were laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. We're all going to die? What an awesome rebel. He actually killed his own son with a single punch, and now you're still going to kill us? Your brain is truly funny. What a great feeling. He's even more berserk than I thought. He actually managed to beat his own son to the ground with one punch. Awesome. Endless ridicule. They were all mocking him. As for Long Fei, he was suddenly shocked in his heart. Immediately, he looked down. His eyes were fixated on the star demon form of Little Unrivaled. Streams of starlight were currently being emitted from his body. His figure gradually revealed itself. Invincible! Long Fei's heart felt like it was being stabbed by knives. The pain was excruciating. His entire person froze in midair. He looked at Little Unrivaled, who had transformed back into his original appearance but had no aura. Long Fei's eyes darkened. He felt that the world had collapsed. My lord! My lord! At this moment, Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanxiu also walked out. He immediately supported Long Fei. However, their eyes were also bloodshot and their killing intent brutal. It caused father and son to kill each other. How vicious was he to do such a thing? Ha! I killed Unrivaled. I killed my son. Ha ha ha! I'm such a damn idiot. Why couldn't I have thought of that? It's obvious. I already felt the pain earlier. Why did you still throw out this punch? Long Fei roared as he powerlessly knelt in the air and roared at the sky. Rumble! 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 A deafening howl shook the world. A roar shook the void. Long Fei's entire soul had left his body. They cried incessantly. Why? Why? From the gods' martial continent to the stars of 10,000 realms, what I want is freedom. One is transcendence, one is protection, and the other is peace. Why did you make such a move against me? What did I, Long Fei, do wrong? Pfft! Long Fei crazily roared. He was completely exhausted. His eyes had already turned red, and there were even faint traces of ruthlessness flowing through his pupils. Lord, calm down. The young master shouldn't be dead yet. I can't possibly smash you with just a single word from him. You're the strongest man under the starry sky. How can you give up so easily? Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanxiu also hurriedly spoke up. Wang Yun was especially agitated. He was already prepared to go all out. However, never would he have thought that Long Fei would collapse before the battle even began. But at this moment, Long Fei was completely exhausted, and was completely immersed in his own self-blame. And at this time, the star demon god of boundary suddenly stood up. Ha ha, have you already lost your mind? Trash is trash. To think that this king had prepared such a good show. It looks like it will all be useless. Men, go kill him. The star demon god of boundary said. Extremely disdainful. Especially when she saw that Long Fei's mind was in a mess, she did not take it to heart. Ha ha, let me do it. Immediately, a god of boundary walked out. He had a savage and crazy look on his face. Ha ha, and here I was wondering how powerful Ancient World's traitor was. So fragile? He collapsed just because of the death of his son? Trash. Since you're so upset, let me help you see your son. The person laughed and said. With a single step, he traversed across the empty space before throwing out a punch. However, at this moment, Wang Yun made his move. Wang Yun was originally filled with anger. When he saw that Long Fei's mind was in a mess, his killing intent exploded out even more. Old Jiang, go save the young master. If there's no other way, bring master away. As long as the mountain remains, there will be nothing to fear. Leave this place to me, Wang Yun whispered. And then, he suddenly turned around and blasted towards the god of boundary of the Star Demon realm. You bastards want to make a move on the Lord, you want to kill me! Wang Yun shouted as a domineering battle intent filled the entire space around him. Boom! Wang Yun struck out brazenly, his speed far surpassing that of the 10,000 Star Demon's god of boundary. Moreover, the gap was not small at all. His fist landed on that person's chest. Boom! The god of boundary that the Star Demon realm had launched an attack directly went out to steal, and Wang Yun's fist directly pierced through his chest. You! The expression in the eyes of the Star Demon realm's god of boundary was ghastly as he spoke with much difficulty. It was as though he simply could not believe that he was not a match for the opponent's one punch. His eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness. However, there was no chance for it to happen again in this world. Otherwise, he would absolutely not act so arrogantly. Killing a god of boundary with a single punch, Wang Yun's battle intent instantly increased by another level. Come on, who else is there? The trash of the Star Demon god of boundary, you schemed against my master like that. If you have the ability, come take it head on. Wang Yun howled in madness. He was the god of boundary of the war realm, a fighter for life. What he despised the most were these schemes and tricks. But now, Long Fei, who had been unstoppable and invincible, was actually defeated by him. His heart was filled with hatred. The only thought they had was to kill them all. In the distance, the Star Demon god of boundary had a face full of frost as well. Looking at the god of boundary that he had sat on, and seeing how easily it had been killed by Wang Yun, his face grew angry. Humph, he's quite capable. His strength is actually comparable to that of an ordinary super-strong world. I really can't see that Long Fei bastard still has some ability to actually be able to subdue all of you. However, in the end, it's still useless. In front of me, no matter how strong you are just a piece of trash. Men, keep going, the Star Demon god of boundary said coldly. But he had no intention to attack, and could only look at Long Fei. It was as if he wanted to see if Long Fei's mind had been shattered just because of little unrivaled super hottie. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was also at this time that the Star Demon, god of boundary, gave the order. One figure after another flew up into the sky. Humph, I advise you to be merciful. No matter how awesome a person is, he's definitely no match for us. Everyone is a god of boundary, so even if you are strong, how strong can you be? Die! Arrogant cries came out from the mouths of the 10,000 realm god of boundary. This time, more than a dozen of them took action. But at this moment, there was no trace of fear on Wang Yun's face. In fact, there was even a hint of determination on his face. It was like a battle to the death. Unstable life or death. Kill. Wang Yun let out a heavy shout, and his saber appeared in his hand as he fiercely slashed forwards with all his might. In an instant, the entire space was filled with the rumbling of energy and the shadows of blades and swords. Instead, he took advantage of the chaos to transform into a ray of divine light, and carried little unparalleled off the ground before returning to Long Fei's side. And at this time, Long Fei seemed to have received a summons. After all, father and son were connected by heart. In the instant that Jiang Chuanxiu brought little unrivaled super hottie over, Long Fei's dazed eyes turned dark and scarlet, before transforming into a kind of thick love as he looked over. Invincible, Long Fei muttered. As if by instinct, he carried little unrivaled in his arms. But suddenly, Long Fei only felt his vision darken as an incomparably strong pulling force swept towards him. It directly acted on his soul, pulling him crazily into the darkness. However, Long Fei did not reject him at all. This moment of clarity allowed him to instantly realize that this kind of power was definitely related to Little Unrivaled. It was even related to Little Unrivaled's life and death. In an instant, Long Fei felt as if his soul had instantly passed through tens of thousands of spaces. In every space and time, Long Fei seemed to see the figure of Little Unrivaled. And in every second, Little Unrivaled was smiling at himself. Then, a voice came into Long Fei's mind. "Father, I'm fine. Wait until I finish walking the 10,000 Worlds Underworld Road, then I will return with my 6 paths in hand." Her voice was faint, but each word struck hard on Long Fei's heart. At this moment, all the darkness vanished. Long Fei also opened his eyes at this time. "This is definitely not an illusion, my son. He didn't die. Ha 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 ha. Not dead, my invincibility not dead. This is a chance." Suddenly Long Fei laughed. Tears welled up in his eyes. "My lord." Jiang Chuanxiu was extremely nervous as he spoke in a low voice, but he was immediately interrupted by Long Fei. Gradually, Long Fei stood up, turned his gaze, and looked at his own brother. He glanced at his woman. In the end, he handed Little Unrivaled over to Jiang Chuanxiu. "Today, I will take back everything that you have endured. I want the entire Star Demon world to be baptized in blood. All of you will have to endure this suffering." "Dogs, get ready to tremble," Long Fei said indifferently. Long Fei's voice was ice-cold and emotionless, as if she was trying to judge the heavens and the earth. At this moment, he was a true god. All the faith in this world, all the power, was just a bubble. With him here, this moment was eternal. In an instant, the expression of the Star Demon, god of boundary, changed. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Long Fei in disbelief. At this moment, he actually felt that all the brutality and malice in Long Fei's heart had all disappeared. It seemed that even his anger had disappeared. "Impossible, your son is already dead. How can you not be angry?" the Star Demon, god of boundary, asked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This moment of change was beyond his imagination. It was clear that Long Fei had already lost his way a moment ago, as if he was about to fall into a bottomless abyss. But now, in just a single moment, he had broken free from the abyss. Moreover, he seemed to be able to see through the illusions of the world and had even gone a step further. This change caused his heart to tremble. As a cultivator, he was well aware of the fact that even if he were to be part of the royal family, he might not be able to achieve such a state of mind. As long as one was human, one would have emotions and desires. There was something that he yearned for and cared about. But Long Fei, at this moment, looked as if he did not see anything. What kind of person could do this? Only the truly invincible heart, the invincible will, the invincible person. Only then would he be able to take everything lightly. "Who told you my son is dead?" And at this time, Long Fei spoke up. He looked at the Star Demon, god of boundary, with an indifferent expression. "But then again, I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, my son wouldn't have such a chance," Long Fei said coldly. After he finished speaking, Long Fei's footsteps moved, as he stepped into the air. Moreover, his hands kept reaching out to the stars in the sky. Crack, crack, crack. One after another, the star chains were casually snapped by Long Fei. Furthermore, even the starlight on Lu Luoxi's body was being ruthlessly crushed by Long Fei. It simply could not withstand the power of one of Long Fei's hands. It was as if that hand were a Taoist magic, the power of the universe, causing all of the heavenly bodies to shatter into pieces out of shame. The entire process seemed to be slow, but with Long Fei's control, it did not even take a single breath of time. After doing all of this, Long Fei immediately had the Sky Spill Beast transmit a strand of Sky Spill power to create another world. He sent a few figures into the hall. Jiang Chunqiu was no exception and also entered in an instant. At this moment, the people below were all shocked. All of them stared blankly at the sky. It was as though his body had been frozen in place. Only the star demon god of boundary knew clearly at this moment what Long Fei had done before. It's impossible that this is the power of the laws of my star demon realm. How can you easily erase it? The star demon god of boundary said with a trembling voice. The vicious expression disappeared. At first, he thought he was already strong enough. Even before Long Fei recovered his clarity of mind, he had not taken it seriously. He was in no hurry to make a move either. But now an ominous premonition appeared in his heart. You are so awesome that you set up such a conspiracy against Laozi. Don't you know? Is this your father's rule? Long Fei said softly, floating in the air. And then, his foot descended. A spear appeared in his hand. Swish. With a swipe of his spear, he pointed directly at the star demon, god of boundary. I've said this before, my rule is that when gods block, they kill gods, when Buddhas block, they kill Buddhas. Life extermination, kill. With a thrust, Long Fei's figure also instantly shot out along with the shadow of the spear. Rumble. Wherever the spear passed by, an endless rumbling sound exploded out. Heaven and earth turned upside down, and the sun and moon disappeared without a trace. It was like the destruction of the world. Pop, 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 pop. The sound of throat exploding followed one after another. All he saw was that wherever Long Fei's spear passed, the god of boundary of the star demon all-world would have all of their throats punctured by Long Fei. The dead vanished. They didn't even have the time to react. He was still immersed in the excitement of wanting to kill Wang Yun. His life force was immediately cut off, and he instantly fell to the ground. Instantly, countless sounds of panic exploded. One shot. He slashed through hundreds of god of boundary. Oh my god, is he even human? Master god of boundary, quickly move to suppress this child. He's a devil. Instantly, the god of boundary of the star demon myriad world reacted. Being hit on the face by a drop of god of boundary's blood, he instantly started to beg for mercy. At this moment, they finally knew how stupid they were. He actually wanted to kill Long Fei. This was because the facts had proven that their power was not enough to deal with Long Fei. Star demon god of boundary frowned as well. Kid, you're too arrogant. Don't think that just because your state of mind suddenly changed, you can be awesome. It's not that this king isn't afraid of you, it's just that I want to see what kind of power you have. The star demon, god of boundary, said with a deep voice. It was getting colder. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. In his plans, as long as Long Fei appeared, she would become his stepping stone. It was the beginning of his journey to rule over all worlds with a single leap. As long as he could kill Long Fei forcefully, all of this would be realized. Then why are you wasting your breath? Come. I also want to let you know what will happen to those who plot against my brothers and women and force my father and son to kill each other. But now your father will let you see your world annihilated by a single spear in your father's hands. Long Fei is not true ego. He did not know how strong the star demon god of boundary was, and he did not care. However, since the other party had touched his reverse scale and stepped on his zone of lightning, then, even if he had to stake everything, Long Fei had to kill the other party. That was his principle. Whoever offends me shall be killed. Even if he had to cross tens of thousands of kilometers of spacetime or even tens of thousands of kilometers of stars, he would not hesitate to do so. However, while he was speaking, the spear in Long Fei's hand still did not stop. Every breath of time, Long Fei would stab out his spear. Meteorite. Starfall. Heavens severing. Reverse immortal. Fallen land 9 attacks. Long Fei did not even make a move. In the blink of an eye. In addition, each spear was stronger than the last. By the time his voice fell, a gun had already been thrust out of his hand. At this moment the entire space was dyed with blood. In this star demon realm, the god of boundary of 10,000 realms does not even exist 1 in 100. In the sky, Wang Yun had already entered the sky spill continent when Long Fei had made his move. Separated by the barrier, he could clearly see Long Fei's invincible appearance. Terrifying. The power of the Lord is truly invincible. A single spear had destroyed more than 10,000 god of boundary. Moreover, it wasn't difficult at all. Wang Yun exclaimed in shock. Jiang Chuanqiu glanced at little unrivaled in his arms and then looked at Xiang Longfei. I never doubted that. When they threatened the young master, everything was already decided. Moreover, the crazy slaughter of the Lord is still not the end. On the contrary, I think it's just the beginning. In all the realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earth, you really should not have provoked your excellency. Jiang Chuanqiu said with a profound meaning. Wang Yun was taken aback. But then, he also understood something. Because now, Long Fei had changed. Thinking of this, Wang Yun nodded his head and said, "You're right, my lord is no longer the same lord as before. This time, the entire all-world is waiting for blood to flow like rivers." In the air, Long Fei was incomparably berserk. In the air, Long Fei was incomparably berserk. One spear swept away more than 10,000 god of boundary. Cold blood. At this time, Long Fei had shot Ninefall with his spear, his body not stained in blood. In the midst of conversation and laughter, it swept through the world, displaying its unparalleled might in the midst of flames and beacons. "This is your star demon all-world?" Long Fei said indifferently. His pupils constricted, carrying a sense of ridicule. This conclusion had already been set in mind when Long Fei first entered the star demon realm. The dragon had a reverse scale. Whoever touched it would die. The people of the 10,000 worlds insulted his brother and his woman. He couldn't tolerate it. These people would accompany him through countless planes, with life and death intertwining with him. Long Fei absolutely would not allow anyone to insult him. This time, the people of the Star Demon realm had already gotten blood veins, and there was only death in Long Fei's heart. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. I just won't do anything. Once I do, you have to kneel down obediently. It's just a bunch of trash. Do you really think you're invincible?" The Star Demon, God of Boundary, said coldly. As he coldly looked at Long Fei, tens of thousands of stars flashed in his eyes, and wave after wave of tyrannical power revolved around his body, as if they were preparing a big move. "Arrogant? This old man is used to being arrogant. What can you do about it? Bite me if you can't accept it. As for being invincible, sorry, I just feel invincible. Even if there is an enemy, it will definitely not be you. Arrogant, unbridled, invincible." At this time, Long Fei had brought the will of invincibility in the world to its peak. When they had arrived, the sun and moon shone brightly, and the primal chaos energy appeared one after another. It surrounded Long Fei's shoulders and head, and was even more obvious that he was a little too arrogant. "Humph, putting on makeup and putting on an act. Long Fei, I have to admit, I have underestimated you, but now you are still dead. Astral meteorite formation, out," the Star Demon God of Boundary said. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the void fluctuated as countless constellations appeared out of nowhere. Shwa shwa shwa. Thousands of astral lights flashed, rumbling through the void. "Kid, enjoy it to your heart's content. This is the Feast of Tautai, which I have prepared for you a long time ago. Remember, don't die too fast or I will be disappointed. The star demon god of boundary said. There was no fear. It was as if he was sure of Long Fei's victory. Long Fei also suddenly raised his head at this moment. Endless amounts of starlight began to surge wildly, vast and powerful. Each force was different as well. When it burst forth, it was like a gigantic beast of the star demon, violent and frenzied. Furthermore, every star seemed to faintly emit a devouring force that devoured the blood and god of boundary of the star demon 10,000 worlds that Long Fei killed. Blood gushed out as a terrifying scene appeared in the middle of the air. Long Fei's eyes remained the same, calm and composed. The spear moved, pointing straight at the sky. It was also at this time that the stars above the stars that had absorbed the essence of the god of boundary of 10,000 realms suddenly underwent another transformation, transforming into a demon of one star after another as it roared in the air. Star Splitter. Long Fei's mouth slightly opened, and with the 8th spear strike of fallen land, he attacked brazenly. Whiz! The spear raised 100,000 feet of profound light, pointing straight to the sky. At this moment, on the constellation in the middle of the air, the silhouette of a star demon abruptly materialized. Roar! With a roar, the star demon swooped down towards Long Fei, its entire body suffused with the power of the demon and the power of the explosion. But Long Fei did not move an inch. Raising his spear, he neither dodged nor evaded. At this moment, the astral-shattering spear shot towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into the star demon. In the distance, the gaze of the star demon god of boundary was fixated on the void. It was full of viciousness. It was as if he wanted to see Long Fei turn to dust under the power of this star demon. However, the moment the power of Long Fei's spear clashed with the star demon's power, the look in his eyes changed. The expression on his face instantly froze. This is impossible. The expression of the star demon god of boundary turned cold. The scene before him caused his heart to abruptly change. Because he was the star demon god of boundary, he had the best understanding of his own meteorite god formation. Naturally, he had absolute confidence. Furthermore, the stars had fused with the blood of the god of boundary of 10,000 realms, their power multiplied. In this kind of situation, he didn't think that Long Fei could struggle free at all. However, Long Fei slapped him hard. Raised his spear high up in the sky. A long spear that was nearly 30,000 meters long directly pierced through the body of the star demon, and streams of star power began to leak out crazily. Roar! 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 He continued to howl and struggle. It seemed to be trying to struggle free from Long Fei's control. You still want to struggle? Even though he has transformed into a demon, he is still the main body of a star in the end. As long as it's a star, this spear will be able to blast you apart. Explode for me, Long Fei said coldly and shouted loudly. The 10,000-foot-long spear suddenly shook, and then an incomparably enormous astral demon exploded with a boom. It directly exploded in the air, forming a huge mushroom cloud. In the end, it disappeared without a trace. Is this your method? Meteorite formation? It's nothing more than that. God damn it, what a hammer! Keep exploding, Long Fei said indifferently. Then, his eyes froze and in the blink of an eye, his spear once again swept horizontally across his body. Unveil. In an instant the entire space was set ablaze by Long Fei. The long spear danced in the air, sweeping through heaven and earth. Puff puff puff. Boom. 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 Rumble. Just like that, one shot followed another. Long Fei's entire being seemed to be tireless as he floated in mid-air. And every time he struck out with his spear, a star demon perished. One after another, the stars dimmed down within the astral death god formation. In just a few breaths of time, one star mark after another was directly destroyed by Long Fei's spear, and no longer existed. As for Long Fei, she seemed to be immersed in it. Amongst the merciless attacks, the iron-blooded attacks had scared the entire starry sky. Especially in the sky spill world, Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanqiu were already completely dumbfounded. Looking at Long Fei, his face was filled with extreme shock. Because the current Long Fei perfectly confirmed what they had said before. That was true. Blood formed rivers. The star demon god of boundary was also completely shocked at this time. It never thought that Long Fei was strong to such an extent. Faintly, his thoughts had also changed. However, right at this moment, a long spear, Long Fei, who had overturned the meteorite god formation, had already turned his gaze towards him. Now, what other tricks do you have? Long Fei said indifferently as her eyes turned cold. Means. Humph, little bastard, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle my methods. It just so happens that your strength did not disappoint me. If that's the case, then die for me. The star demon, god of boundary, shouted. With a leap, his figure immediately disappeared. The next time he appeared, he transformed into a gigantic astral demon. Its size was difficult to describe. As for Long Fei, his eyes also lit up. Ancient boss. Long Fei's eyes flashed, and a smile emerged on the corner of his mouth. Long Fei's eyes flashed, and a smile emerged on the corner of his mouth. The higher the cultivation, the fewer bosses there would be. After the system had changed, it became even more difficult to encounter a boss. It couldn't even be considered a super monster when it came to the god of boundary of 10,000 realms. Just like what he had done previously, he killed the other party with a single strike. The system did not have any reaction, not even the slightest bit of experience, and only had striking value. However, without the boss, no matter how much striking value he had, it would be useless. And now, the reason the star demon god of boundary could become a boss directly was to quench Long Fei's thirst. Ha ha ha, great. This time, I want to see what can happen to such a difficult boss. Long Fei instantly became 100 times more spirited, and his killing intent soared to the heavens. At first, after the star demon god of boundary had done so many things, there was only death waiting for it. Now, displaying its attributes meant that it was a boss. Even more so, Long Fei would not let him off. This was his personality. Letting go of the boss was impossible. Little bastard, do you see that? This is my power. Your brothers, your women, and your son's power have all been absorbed by me. Right now, I am the invincible representative. You think you have the right to clamor in front of me? An ant of the ancient world that doesn't know his place yet wants to turn the sky upside down? The star demon god of boundary that had transformed into a star demon became even more berserk. A single sound could cause the entire sky to rumble, as if thunder had descended, causing everything to shake. Just then, Long Fei kept his spear. Although the spear was a spear, it wasn't enough to deal with the boss. Then, the god of boundary's blade directly appeared in Long Fei's hand. It's not that you're too loud, but you're too awesome. If you are invincible, how can you be the second in a millennium? Idiot! Long Fei sighed and said with disdain. Ah, you're courting death. I'll swallow it. In an instant, the star demon god of boundary felt as if it was pricked by Long Fei. Enraged, he opened his mouth and began to consume the starry sky. Below, Long Fei's expression was also certain. Both his hands moved, holding onto the edge of the god of boundary. He directly slashed out, Wild Dragon's Town World. As expected, it was a skill. The feeling the star demon god of boundary gave Long Fei was extremely unusual. Especially after he transformed into a star demon, this power made Long Fei's body feel a huge tearing sensation. It actually produced a kind of blood vein resonance, as if it was about to be pulled out of the body. Thus, he stabbed directly with his saber. Rumble! A saber descended, and a raging dragon emerged. The 30,000-meter wild dragon raised its head to the sky and let out a long howl, and one scale after another began to emanate an aura of incomparable savagery. It swept through the world. At the same time, the raging dragon's body flew up horizontally towards the star demon formed by the star demon god of boundary, reassembling itself. The expression on the star demon god of boundary changed slightly as well, but in an instant it turned into madness and greed. Is this your power? Ancient world's god of boundary? Ha ha ha, never would I have thought that a traitor like you would actually be the ancient world's god of boundary. But this is for the best. Wait until I devour your power. No matter what secrets ancient world has, they will all be in my possession. Let me devour. In an instant, an even more berserk devouring force erupted from the star demon god of boundary, and his mouth turned into a black hole, swallowing the ocean. He even devoured the void, causing the entire world to shrink rapidly. It was as though he wanted to devour every inch of the astral plane, and was incomparably frenzied. Long Fei also could not help but be drawn into the vortex that was engulfed. Damn, is he that fierce? Long Fei's face also changed greatly. He was very clear on the strength of his fleshly body. With just the power of the fleshly body, ordinary god of boundary could be casually wiped out. Even if it was the 10,000 beasts god of boundary and the Big Dipper god of boundary back then, Long Fei was confident that he would be able to suppress them with purely the strength of his fleshly body. However, even the devouring power of the star demon god of boundary was unable to resist at this time. How could Long Fei not be shocked? At this moment, Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. He now had a completely new understanding of the star demon god of boundary. Raging Dragon's Town, cut them for me. However, no matter how much he thought about it, Long Fei would never surrender. The power of the star demon god of boundary was too strange. After being devoured, they didn't know what would happen that would be hard to control. Long Fei would definitely not let this kind of thing happen. Therefore, in an instant, Long Fei slashed out once again. Boom! Suddenly, another raging dragon appeared out of nowhere and crashed right into Xiang Long Fei, blocking the devouring power. Long Fei grabbed the opportunity and pulled out, immediately standing in mid-air. At this time, the energy within the two 30,000-meter dragons was completely devoured. The two dragon bodies gradually disappeared under this violent and devouring energy. Ha ha ha, how is it? Little bastard, you want to struggle again? I don't believe you. What other tricks can you use? In addition, this move of yours is completely useless against me. I will devour as much of you as you come. When your power disappears, I want to see you turn into a dog and become the lowliest star demon in front of me. Ha ha ha! The star demon, god of boundary, laughed maniacally as its body became even larger. It was as if this devouring had fused with the void, causing it to grow even more powerful. Long Fei's eyes also slowly flashed with seriousness. Devour it? Could it be that these are the rules of the 10,000 worlds? Long Fei thought. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Because right now, ordinary powers no longer had any power that could harm the star demon god of boundary. Furthermore, Long Fei was completely unable to see the various attributes of the star demon god of boundary. It was impossible to even find a weakness. After all, the current star demon god of boundary was simply too huge, as it spanned across the entire universe and could not be seen with the naked eye. For a moment, Long Fei started to ponder over the powers he currently possessed. I have the power of the laws as well. But, right now, I have no way to unseal the second blade of the god of boundary. Although the seven-star fist is also a type of power of law, when faced with devouring laws, it's impossible. What else? Long Fei's thoughts quickly spun, and his eyes continuously searched the system, trying to find a type of power that contained rules. Suddenly, Long Fei's eyes lit up. Within the system's skills, A power that was flickering with the word forbidden appeared before Long Fei's eyes. Hex? What is this? System, when did I get the forbidden skill? Long Fei immediately tried to hook up with the system. Ding, this skill is called Hand of the Great Way. After the system approves, this skill's power is too great, so this is a forbidden power. Player can only use it once. Furthermore, the player will need to replenish their energy in order to be able to use it for the second time. Every filling requires the power of laws. The system responded, and Long Fei had only just reacted at this time. Hand of the Great Tao? TSK, I almost forgot. It just so happens that I'll try my Hand of the Great Tao this time and see how strong a skill that even the system can set as forbidden power is. Long Fei thought in his heart as he looked up slightly and coldly snorted. System, activate the Hand of the Great Way. At this moment, there were only two figures in this world. One was Long Fei. One was the Star Demon God of Boundary. However, the Star Demon God of Boundary was too huge. It was like a heavenly world, incomparably terrifying. In the face of such power, Long Fei's body seemed too weak. But, right after Long Fei's voice fell. However, on Long Fei's body, an aura that was profound to the extreme appeared. He stood proudly in the void, independent of the world. It was as if a single person could shake the heavens. It was also at this time that the Star Demon God of Boundary in the sky suddenly stopped. How is this possible? How can your aura be so profound? The Star Demon God of Boundary, the rule that it controlled was to engulf. It had devoured countless amounts of powerful energy. He was far too sensitive to the aura of power. However, it was completely unheard of and had never seen the power Long Fei displayed at the moment. My strength? Is it something that you can covet? Didn't you want to devour it? Now, take a look and see if you can absorb this power. Hand of the Great Tao, appear. Long Fei shouted. Instantly, Long Fei slowly raised his hand. To the top of the void. One. All of a sudden, a thunderous sound echoed out. However, it was different from the others. This sound was too strange. It was not only spread to this place, but even to the places where the 10,000 worlds intersected with each other. At this moment, at the center of the 10,000 worlds, in the palace of the noble world, the ruler suddenly opened his eyes and instantly broke through the horizon. Voice of the Great Tao? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. After civilization, who will be able to walk? Almost as if they had gone mad, the eyes of the king of the land burst forth with rays of light, as if he wanted to see through the barrier of the 10,000 worlds and see through them. However, in an instant, my eyes! With a furious roar, the true person's body exuded an incomparably muddle-headed aura. His eyes were bloodshot, and flames seemed to be flickering in his eyes, as though he had been burnt by flames. Great Tao, no matter who it is, this power must be mine. For this civilization, the only one who can attain the Tao is me. The king roared. After that, his figure gradually disappeared. He no longer dared to test out this power. And this also happened in the 10,000 worlds. When the people from the 10,000 realms heard this voice, they all raised their head. Their faces were pale and they were trembling. What kind of sound is this? Why do I feel as though I'm in bed? I can't control myself. I deserve to die too. What kind of power is this? Plop, plop. One sound after another of kneeling voices appeared, and it wasn't just two or one, nor was it one or two realms. Instead, it was the 9 heavens and the 10,000 worlds. At the same time, everyone kneeled down. It seemed that only by kneeling could he survive under the scrutiny of such power. Of course, there were also some people with high cultivation. They were like the god of boundary in a super-strong realm, able to not kneel in front of this kind of power. However, it was not much better. His face was terrifyingly pale, as if he had been struck by lightning. Of course, in the face of such power, there was only one other person who was the craziest. He was Xian Tian, which also means the Emperor Xian that would change their appearances another day. No. Long Fei, it's you, right? I refuse to accept this. How can a little beast like him obtain such power? I don't believe it. Ah, no. I don't want to kneel down, I'm not willing. Xian Tian howled in madness. However, in the end, he still couldn't avoid his fate of kneeling down. Even if his cultivation base was no weaker than a general of a super-strong world. However, this power seemed to have sensed his hostility and was even targeting him. The scene returned back to Long Fei. At this time, Long Fei had a face of tranquility. One hand holding up the sky. It was like a giant trying to lift up the entire starry sky. And the star demon god of boundary at the center of this power was wiggling even more frantically. His whole body kept changing between the star demon and his original body. No. What power is this? No, I don't believe it. The star demon god of boundary struggled madly, but the more times it struggled, the faster the energy in its body would change. In the end, it directly turned into its original form and heavily fell from the sky. It was also at this time that Long Fei suddenly reversed the posture of dragging his palms. He descended from the sky. A palm landed on the body of the star demon god of boundary. Boom. Puff puff puff. When the palm landed, the star demon god of boundary's body was immediately flattened, as mouthfuls of fresh blood flowed out continuously from his body. The HP bar on top of his head also seemed to glide to the end. Long Fei's eyes were now completely glazed over, as he looked at the star demon god of boundary that only had a sliver of blood left. Long Fei was also extremely agitated in his heart. Damn. This power is too heaven-defying. Too freaking awesome. In Long Fei's heart, he was extremely excited. It felt great. Of course, this was only because he didn't know what was going on in the starry sky. If he knew that the people of the 10,000 realms were kneeling down in front of this power, how would he feel? Ha, you are so awesome. Aren't you going to swallow me? Come on, swallow it. Long Fei said with a face full of ridicule. On the other hand, the star demon god of boundary had a ghastly expression on its pale face. With only one last breath remaining to hang its life, how would it dare to act unbridled in front of Long Fei? No, I don't believe it. What kind of power is this? How can it have this kind of power? The star demon, god of boundary, couldn't believe that he had actually lost just like that. His entire being was incomparably dejected. He knew that his defeat and all of his fantasies would become nothing more than yellow flowers yesterday. No! Long Fei, don't kill me. With my power, I can sweep away all the realms for you. When the time comes, we can join hands and kill all the traitors. Then, we can rule over all the realms. I can even return the power I devoured before to you. As long as you spare my life, I can give you the entire 10,000 world. The star demon god of boundary said again. In the face of death, no matter how arrogant he was, he could only lower his head. However, his begging for mercy, to Long Fei, did not matter at all. Is that so? But there's no need. Honorable Zhou Laozi can kill you. I can refine the energy you devoured, too. Why should I keep you here? Long Fei snorted and said casually. After that, Long Fei clasped his hands together. The super alchemy technique was instantly activated. In an instant, the body of the star demon god of boundary was lifted up by Long Fei's power, and countless of runes and marks landed on the star demon god of boundary's body. Boom! 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 Streams of energy were directly refined out by Long Fei. Of course, this was only the power of Li Yuanba and the others. Because of some other power, Long Fei did not like it at all. His King Kong, his emperor, did not want this kind of trash power. Moments later, a few pills appeared in Long Fei's hands. As for the star demon god of boundary, it had completely collapsed at this moment. He never thought that Long Fei would actually have such a method. At this time, Long Fei also arrogantly turned around and looked at the star demon god of boundary. The current you? What qualifications do you have to hoot in front of me? I have said that I will make your blood come and bear the baptism and tribulation for my brothers and women. Now it's your turn. At the end of the first battle, Long Fei's figure propped up heaven and earth. At the end of the first battle, Long Fei's figure propped up heaven and earth. Below, the star demon god of boundary was crawling on the ground in front of Long Fei like a dog. This was all due to Long Fei showing mercy, and the palm did not land. Otherwise, the star demon god of boundary simply did not even have the chance to exist and was annihilated with a single palm strike. Don't, Long Fei, don't kill me. My sister is a wife that respects evil. If you dare hurt me, I will kill you with all my might. The star demon god of boundary could no longer continue its act. But to Long Fei it was useless, it simply did not exist. After so many days, the torment of the soul, the touch of the body, and the tearing of the soul. You want to make Long Fei let go just because of this? It was simply a pipe dream. Honorable Zhou? It is as if you are saying that you are not attacking me. Moreover, do you think that Zun Wang is capable of killing me with that palm strike? If he is here now, I will also destroy him with a single palm. Long Fei said coldly. Even though he knew he couldn't use it. But now, he still had to say it. The power of this palm strike was too awesome. What ultimate skill! There was no feeling of existence when it was read occasionally in front of his palm. This palm attack was absolutely at the destruction level. In front of this palm, strength could only be described with one word. Get down. No, Long Fei. You don't understand the fearsomeness of a kingdom. Although this palm strike of yours is powerful, it also possesses similar power. Furthermore, it is much stronger than this palm strike of yours. You can't do it. The star demon god of boundary said repeatedly, explaining the seriousness of the matter. It wanted Long Fei to let him off. So what? You, a mere renegade brat, dared to go against the emperor. Now that I can kill you with a single palm, how can I be afraid of you? Long Fei retorted with a face full of ridicule. The star demon god of boundary had long had a bad premonition and wanted to take over the throne. Jiang Chuanxiu should have told Long Fei about this long ago. Now, the star demon, god of boundary, said that she was not a match for Luoyang? It was simply a joke. No, Long Fei, the reason why I dared to make a move is because I had devoured your brother's power earlier. There is a secret behind their backs, and I can even find the power from before civilization. If I were able to obtain that power, of course I wouldn't be afraid of you. However, not many people know of this power. Moreover, I have already thoroughly researched about this kind of power over the years. I know where every type of power is. The star demon god of boundary said. Long Fei was also stunned at this moment. However, he soon sneered. Are you talking about the people from ancient world? Does your father even need you to tell me where this power lies? Idiot! Long Fei sneered. In the 9 heavens and 10 earth, there was a vortex similar to the 10,000 beast world at every place. Below it was the power of the ancient world and the 13 emperors, and Long Fei had long since been concerned about this kind of power. As for the exact location, if Long Fei was unable to find him, then no one in this world would be able to know about him. This was because he was in control of 13 types of inherited powers. With such an opportunity in hand, he even used the star demon god of boundary to tell him where it was? It was completely useless. Thinking about it, Long Fei's eyes turned cold. Killing intent surged. The hand that was suspended in the air also descended down brazenly. No. The star demon god of boundary howled in pain. In the face of death, even he would be terrified. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The void suddenly exploded. Wave after wave of energy flooded back from the void. Boom! In that instant, the space around Yanzhan was shattered by this force. Long Fei's gaze turned. She did not even care about the star demon god of boundary and directly leaped away. To him, his woman, his son, and his brother were the most important. In comparison, a boss wasn't much. In the blink of an eye, Long Fei's figure had already appeared in the sky. However, the moment his body froze in place, he was instantly stupefied. Damn, this power. 6 paths. Long Fei's eyes were full of doubt. And incredible. This was not the first time Long Fei had seen this kind of power. Back then, he had entered the underworld and witnessed the power of the 6 paths with his own eyes. However, compared to the power in front of his eyes, it was on a completely different level. Suddenly, Long Fei flashed across the scene and heard little unrivaled Super Hottie say something while she was still in a daze. 10,000 World Underworld Road? Return of the 6 paths of the palm? Could it be Invincible? Instantly, Long Fei became excited in her heart. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. It was just that the amount of time left had somewhat exceeded Long Fei's imagination. Although he believed that little unrivaled didn't die, and there was even a chance that he could overthrow the heavens. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. It was also at this time that the face of the star demon god of boundary below underwent a drastic change as it stared at the surging energy in the sky. And once again, saw Long Fei's face full of anticipation. In his heart, he didn't have the courage to struggle at all. He turned around and was about to run away. However, at this time, a strand of power suddenly descended from the sky and intercepted the star demon god of boundary that was trying to escape. Boom! As the violent energy descended, even the world beneath the astral palace was smashed through. The power of the endless starry sky spread out. Swish! The face of the star demon, god of boundary, suddenly became incomparably pale as she suddenly raised her head. No! She screamed in fear. The suppression on Long Fei became even more hysterical. However, just as his voice fell, the flow of energy that could even penetrate the star demon realm instantly spiraled over, and directly engulfed the star demon god of boundary within it. At the same time, an extremely cold voice rang out from the sky. I told you this a long time ago. As long as I don't die, I will definitely refine all of your star demon 10,000 worlds into star beasts. Today you will be the first. His voice was cold and heartless. As he spoke, the other 5 energies in the sky surged like a tide at this instant, and instantly rushed towards the people from the 10,000 realms below the star demon realm. Shwa 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 shwa. Waves of power whistled past. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 worlds were engulfed by this power. And at this time, Long Fei's gaze followed the shift in power. The moment he heard little unrivaled's voice, his entire body froze on the spot. His gaze could not stop scanning the entire space. Invincible, Long Fei said. Busy and loving. At the same time, Wang Yun and Jiang Chuanxiu once again took their place in the void. My lord. Young master is awake, Jiang Chuanxiu said with an uncontrollable excitement on her face. Ha ha ha, my lord, I've already said that young master is blessed by the heavens, so she will definitely be fine. Wang Yun added. Long Fei nodded heavily. At this moment, little unrivaled appeared in the air. The 6 streams of power in his palms looked down on the heavens and earth. Father, wait. Wait for me to refine the entire star demon world into a star beast. I'll come and beg your forgiveness. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.